This is definitely the simplest way to make money in the world. Look at the line on that fishing rod whizzing out. The people on the ship were extremely excited immediately. The tuna they had been expecting finally showed up. Just stay calm when pulling the fishing line back. Less than half an hour. Then the bluefin tuna can be fished onto the ship. It can be sold for $8,176 easily. Just work for 1 month. One can easily earn an income of over $1 million. Aren't you tempted by such a job? Before the season kicks off, the Tuna Network account is all set. Dave is currently a 5-time champion. But this did not stop him. He is still eager to win the championship again this season. Although the team member Jody is missing now. Fortunately, old friend Paul is willing to come back again. Make the team no longer just a 2-person army. The captain of the little shell, Nick, although slightly inferior to Dave, he is still a triple champion. However, it is not easy to compete for the top position every time. Therefore, he carefully selected a fishing spot. March 15 kilometers north from the current position. Captain Greg, this old man, is a little picky. It also brought along a highly skilled professional chef. The captain of the hot tuna, OTT. It is slightly lacking in technology, although participated in many seasons, but only won the championship once. This makes him eager for victory this season. Captain Taylor of the windmill. It is very powerful and has won the championship twice. But luck always seems to be a little short. It has ranked second many times before, and he was originally firmly at the top of the list. Every time, it is taken away by others at the last minute. This makes Taylor worried about this season, afraid of repeating the same mistakes this season. Captain Zach of the Rocket is slightly lacking in technology, but he is still young. There will be many opportunities in the future, and in order to catch tuna this time, he also deliberately brought a lucky charm, the little dog on the boat. Tuna usually travel in groups. Once someone discovers one, it means that wealth is about to be obtained. The captain of the fishing vessel, Bobby, standing by, claiming to be a dark horse in this sea area. But every contestant here should not be underestimated. One must always remain vigilant. Catch the first tuna as soon as possible. All the contestants of this season have made their appearances, and they have all set sail for the sea. It is now the first hour of the season. OTT is so bold that he even set a flag. Claimed to be home for dinner before 2 o'clock. It's just been a short time since we set sail. This statement made everyone burst into laughter, just as several people were still teasing. Good news came from Dave. There was a significant discovery at the location where he was. A group of tuna appeared under the ship. Judging from the detectors, the number is quite considerable. This made OTT, Bobby, and Nick extremely envious. Why isn't that fish with me? But for now, there's nothing we can do about it. We can only rush to the place as soon as possible. However, unexpectedly, it was the fishing rod on Bobby's boat. It bent at this moment. Dave hasn't caught the fish yet. The rocket, however, has already been bitten by a fish. This left others stunned. Could it be that the tuna still act in 2 directions? Hearing the news, OTT and Taylor immediately turned the ship around and head for the rocket. When Bobby was fighting with all his might here, there was also some movement on Nick's side. Brian quickly walked onto the deck, prepared to deal with the attack of tuna. Soon, the fish bit the fishhook. This made everyone on the ship ecstatic. After Nick sent out his coordinates, Dave quipped while taking notes. This person is really innocent. The fishing spot was exposed so early. I should have fished a few times first, but this is just right for Dave. They were the first to discover tuna, but no fish have been seen biting the hook all along. We must rush there as soon as possible now. Otherwise, it might be difficult to gain anything today. Come back to Nick's side again. According to the reaction of the fishing rod, it feels like this fish is extremely fierce. The poles are all trembling violently. The tuna's resistance is extremely fierce, even tore the fishing line apart. This made Nick extremely frustrated. Everything is going smoothly clearly. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. Several people were dejected. Another fishhook has been bitten. This time the fishing rod seems to be even better. The fishing line is tougher. not afraid of the strong pull of the tuna. Greg was standing by, envious. Why is there no movement at all on my side? Others have already caught 2 tunas in a row. Fortunately, there is some movement on the detector. There are also 2 fish at the bottom of the boat. Suddenly, the pole at the stern bent. The long-awaited tuna has finally arrived. Several people excitedly threw themselves into the work. Whether it's Nick or Greg, all go all out, eager to catch the first tuna. However, just when everyone was making efforts, Bobby's fishing line broke, unfortunately. Fall short of success at the most exciting moment. Taylor was both happy and sad when she heard this. I feel sorry for them. Now only Nick and Greg remain. 3 people had already caught fish. Bobby is even the most promising. It's a pity that accidents occur frequently. One can only hope for Greg and Nick. But it's not easy for Greg either. The tuna keeps spinning in the water. They try to get rid of their control. By contrast, things are going smoothly on Nick's side. They have a great chance of catching tuna. At present, only he has not achieved anything here. However, surprisingly, it was Greg. He has pulled the tuna to the surface. It seems that it can be fished onto the ship soon. Just at this moment, an accident happened. The tuna broke free from the fishing line. The fish swam away nimbly. Everyone was furious. The atmosphere here with Nick became tense. Listen, the 3 people let the tuna escape one after another. He couldn't help feeling worried either, afraid that there might be another accident at some point. However, the tuna bites the fishing line reel. This device is equipped with multiple fish hooks at the tail end. As long as the tuna bites more than 2 fish hooks, it will surely be able to be pulled onto the ship. As the fishing line was gradually pulled to the water surface, the tuna also surfaced from the sea. The crew quickly picked up the fishing gun, plunged sharply at the tuna. Keep this fish by the side of the boat and tie a rope to its tail. They succeeded in catching tuna. This is the first one among all people, and it's a big fish. Nick showed off immediately. It made everyone envious. As the tuna gradually cools down in the water, they pulled it onto the deck. After measurement, this fish is 2.3 meters long. Dave on the other side adjusted his strategy. Stop blindly chasing tuna. It's cold outside now. The water temperature must be very low. However, tuna do not like such an environment. They must look for a warm water area. There must be tuna waiting to be fished there. Just on their way, the fishing rod suddenly moved. A tuna bit the fish hook. This made several people extremely excited. They are determined to pull this fish onto the boat. After Taylor and OTT heard about it, turn the boat around again. Drive in the direction of Dave. Can you catch fish by running around like this? After Paul held the fishing rod, it feels like this tuna is not strong, confident of being able to pull it onto the ship by hand. After the main angler Sandro took over, it confirmed Paul's judgment. This tuna is really not good, although the fishing rod was bent severely. At this moment, the hot tuna appeared. OTT came near Dave. He moves quite quickly. At this time, the windmill also arrived here. When the 2 were setting the bait, there was movement on the fishing rod on the ship. Obviously, a tuna has bitten the hook. The 2 of them took action immediately. Start to confront the tuna. When Marissa was collecting the fishing line on the side, sensed something was amiss. The tuna seems to have escaped. Let's look at Dave's side again. They are still fighting against tuna. But something was wrong with the fishing vessel. Obviously, there is a malfunction. Dave asked Paul to take the wrench immediately. Although fishing lines can still be recycled at present, but it cannot be pulled quickly. However, Paul searched for a long time, but still couldn't find it. Sandro could only continue to operate in this way, even when recycling fishing lines. The handle on the fishing vessel is broken. Fortunately, the tuna has surfaced. Paul thrusts the harpoon fiercely. Dave also controls the tuna with a fishtail hook. Let Sandro, who is beside, tie the rope, despite encountering an accident during the fishing process. But in the end, a fish was successfully caught. Dave showed off with joy all over his face. Get ready to slap others in the face. As the tuna gradually cools down, They succeeded in pulling the fish onto the boat. Witness this huge fish. The tuna was measured to be as long as 2.3 meters. This made them ecstatic. Can't wait to return to the port. Prepare to sell the tuna in hand. On the way back, Nick has arrived at the port first. The acquirer Scott looked at the tuna. There was also a hint of eagerness in his heart. Hoped to purchase the first fish of this year. After removing the useless parts, the tuna still weighs 327 pounds and 114 kilograms. Then remove the core and the fishtail meat. The acquirer began to conduct quality inspections. Although there's not much fat, the color is still good. The core part looks not bad either. It can offer a price of $15 per pound. It brought a profit of $4,905 to 3 people. It seems that the quality of this fish is indeed good. Greg has left the original fishing spot by now. Stay away from that sad place. Prepare to look for a new fishing spot again. However, a little time has passed. It will be dark in a few hours. Time must be seized to catch tuna. Zach, on the other hand, seemed a bit bored. Everyone is idle and doing nothing. Even some people have fallen asleep. I wonder if they can catch any fish. This negative state is worrying. However, Lady Luck has quietly favored. The detector makes a sound. The fishing line on the fishing rod was quickly pulled away. Obviously, a tuna has taken the hook. Zach immediately stepped forward to reel in the wire. But it was found that there were actually 2 tunas hooked. Daniel's fishing rod is also moving. This luck is simply extremely good. There was no movement before. The first one is 2. But Zach was not in a hurry to act. Instead, it was Daniel who was struggling with the tuna. It seems that they are looking at which fish is bigger. And the reason for doing so is the government's regulation. Each fleet can only catch 1 fish per day. The biggest fish must be caught as much as possible to earn the maximum profit. However, an accident happened. Daniel's wire broke. Fortunately, they still have a tuna. After the operator was replaced, the tuna was quickly pulled to the surface by him. Obviously, this person's skills are far superior to the previous 2. Daniel was standing aside with a fish gun in hand. Watch the tuna swim close to the side of the boat. Aim at the target and shoot down resolutely. After a successful hit, quickly control the tuna beside the ship and tie it firmly with a fixed rope. When the tuna gradually cools down, Zach began to show off. This made Taylor extremely envious. As they pulled the tuna onto the ship, the fish is measured to be 2.4 meters long. The more people looked, the more they liked it. Even the little dog was extremely interested and even wanted to have a taste. At this time, Dave also returned to the port. Look for acquirers to sell tuna. The fish finally ended up in Scott's hands. The useless parts were removed quickly. The core part and the fishtail meat were also removed. This fish weighs 345 pounds and 155 kilograms. Judging from the quality of the fish meat, this fish is of extremely high quality. The Japanese market is very fond of this, willing to offer $19 per pound. If it weren't for a slightly lighter weight, the earnings are by no means more than $6,555 US. The captain of the hot tuna, OTT. I'm rather irritable at the moment. Today has taken a long time. A large amount of fuel was consumed. But why can't even a single fish be caught? Especially, he won the championship last season. But now it is in such a situation. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Just then, a tuna jumped out of the stern. It left OTT stunned, especially the fishing reel in Jarrett's hand. The sound of tuna biting the hook came. Several people on the ship were immediately very excited. OTT knew that he was about to make a profit. Jarrett was collecting the fishing line. Notice that this fish is huge in size. It is bound to be sold at a good price. However, this tuna fought fiercely in the water. Keep shaking your head. It's a pity that it was in vain. In the end, he was still pulled out of the sea by Jarrett. OTT quickly picked up the harpoon and stabbed fiercely. After successfully hitting the target, Jarrett controlled it with a fishtail hook. Make it impossible for this fish to escape any longer. When the rope ties the fishtail firmly, they caught the first fish. After cooling for half an hour, drag the tuna onto the boat. The fish was measured to be 2.6 meters long. As their first fish, it's quite rare that Zach returns to the port at this time. Starts selling this fish. After removing the useless parts, the tuna weighs up to 325 pounds and 146 kilograms. Although weight is important, but the quality of the fish meat is even more crucial. The meat looks acceptable. The color is also quite attractive. It's just a little less fat. The core part is just passable. The overall quality is slightly lacking. The final price is $14. Enable them to earn $4,550. OTT also returned to the port after dark. Hand over the fish to the buyer. After removing the head and tail of the fish, remove the core and the fishtail meat. The tuna still weighs 438 pounds and 197 kilograms. This piece of meat seems good. Although there is some fat, the color is not good. The core part also seems rather mediocre. Only $14 can be given. The unit price is the same as that of Zach before, but the profits they obtain were even greater. The remuneration is as high as $6,132. It seems that they have a great chance of winning the championship. The earnings are about the same as those of the current champion Dave. Greg, however, was looking worried, seeing others gain a lot. But I was still busily setting up the bait myself, gazing at the calm sea surface. I secretly thought to myself that perhaps there would be no fish to catch tonight, so he ordered everyone to rest later. A little past 11 o'clock at night, Taylor decided to stay up all night. Persist until there is something to reap. Otherwise, one will face losses today. However, his luck was surprisingly good. The detector suddenly rang. The fishing rod bent up as well. Marissa rushed forward quickly, start to compete with the hooked fish. But judging from the movement of the fishing rod, this doesn't seem to be tuna. But at the moment, I can't care about much. Pull this fish out of the water first. After more than 10 minutes of intense confrontation, this fish finally surfaced. They also saw clearly the true appearance of the fish. Not the expected tuna, but it is the extremely fast swordfish in the sea. But this is no big deal. It is still possible to capture and sell for profit. Taylor held the harpoon and plunged it resolutely. Quickly control the arrowfish and tie it with a rope. This fish can just make up for today's loss. Meanwhile, they can also continue fishing for tuna, as the two worked together to pull the fish onto the boat. Their joy was evident. Not only did I gain something today, one can still go back and rest at ease. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Greg and others also got up, start a new day of fishing. I wonder if I can achieve anything today. After the sky was completely bright, several people on Bobby's ship see the dolphins in the distance. I have a hunch that I will surely gain something today. Especially, the detector in front of us started to move. He excitedly ordered everyone to get ready. Suddenly, the fishing rod at the stern of the boat reacted. Several people quickly walked onto the deck, start fighting with the tuna. Brian is in a great mood at the moment. Every time to fight against tuna. It all seemed like a carnival to him. Although this statement sounds not very serious, but his skills are indeed impeccable. It wasn't long before the tuna was pulled to the surface of the sea, looking at the glimmer of light on the water surface. Several people became more and more excited. Drew in the back row has wrinkles all over his face. It is also evident at this moment. However, Brian was a little strange. Why can't the tuna be pulled up for a long time? Bobby couldn't hold back either. Snatched the fishing rod directly. His skills are equally excellent. It's just that the physical strength is slightly insufficient. The fishing was only turned a few times. Then let Brian take over again. I saw the tuna gradually surface. Bobby excitedly picked up the harpoon and stepped forward. But unexpectedly, the tail was tripped by the rope. Drew also hurried forward to help. But the movement was a little slow, especially when watching the tuna swimming before my eyes. Bobby was so anxious that he was desperate. Just plunged straight in. After hitting this big fish, move forward quickly to control and tie the rope. Finally, today's tuna was harvested. After this fish cools down, they then began to pull him onto the boat. It seems that this fish is fat, but the measurement result is only 2.4 meters. It's not particularly huge. However, this fish can still bring profits. Nick and the others are all exhausted at the moment. Take turns on duty throughout the night. Fear that the tuna might sneak attack quietly. At this moment, we can only chat about gossip. Boost the morale that is almost vanishing. Greg hasn't caught any tuna so far. It made him increasingly eager for this gain. Others have some income to some extent. Only myself gain nothing. Gaze at the trajectory of the detector at this moment. I'm extremely excited. Not a sound could be made from the ship. Afraid of scaring away the tuna. Suddenly the fishing rod bent. The two rushed towards the deck quickly. Start fighting with the tuna. However, in this contest, it was found that this fish was rather weak. It can be pulled up easily. Greg heard this. The heart that had been in suspense was finally at ease. There won't be any more accidents like yesterday's disconnection. Looking at the tuna emerging from the sea surface. Why is the harpoon raised and then lowered? Alas, the fishtail hook just hung up like this. Could this tuna be exhausted to death? Others learned that he had caught fish. If it weren't yesterday, I would feel envious. They have never lost a fish. Greg is sure to win the championship. This fish looks rather fat. The tuna was measured to be 2.7 meters long. Bobby returned to the port at this time. Stop in front of the acquirer. After the tuna was dragged ashore, the acquirer cut off the head and tail of the fish. Finally, the fish weighed 357 pounds and 160 kilograms. Next, the meat quality will be inspected. The tail meat looks good, but it has no obvious advantages, and the core meat is of poor quality. It can only be priced at $13 per pound. It enabled them to profit $4,641. And the other one, Greg, caught a fish. At this time, we also arrived at the port. This fish of theirs looks quite big. After cutting off those useless parts, there are still 584 pounds and 262 kilograms. The quality of the fish meat looks good. Beautiful, clear, and bright. Overall, it's good, but there is too little fat. Only a unit price of $14 can be offered, but still earned $8,176. After these 2 days of fishing, everyone caught a fish. It's just that Taylor's fish can't be included in this list. At present, the Fishing Mania has won the championship. I have no idea how long he can hold on. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. Those who often shed tears while looking at that empty sky all know. I want to catch tuna. You have to be willing to invest some capital first. Just like these little fish before my eyes. Use them as bait. It is sure to attract bluefin tuna. They look just like 30-year-old jackals. It will come up voluntarily. Isn't this scene particularly eye-catching? The captain of the small shell, Nick. The desire for the championship throne is growing stronger and stronger. It is now the 3rd day of the season. They have just caught a tuna. The money earned is very little. There is very little left when distributed to each person, especially Braden on the deck. There is a child over 1 year old in his family. If enough tuna cannot be caught, the upbringing and studies of the child will both become problems. Nick, who thought of these? I deeply feel that I must redouble my efforts. Meanwhile, Greg also went fishing at sea. He was with Nick, his former teammate. Keep a high level of vigilance. The two were a well-coordinated partner last year. Know each other inside out, although they are now fighting on their own. The captain of the Hot Tuna, OTT, set off for the sea early in the morning. Start setting the mackerel bait in the hope of catching tuna to earn income. Captain Taylor of the windmill. Come to the old fishing spot he is familiar with. Hope to gain something here. Catch up with the fishing progress of others. After all, it's already the 3rd day. They still haven't caught a single tuna. I can't help feeling sorry for these two people. If it weren't for catching a swordfish before, at this moment, they are probably in utter despair. Suddenly, the fishing rod twisted violently. A tuna bit the fish hook. The two rushed towards the deck quickly. Start to confront the tuna. But the primary task is put away the other fishing rods. Fishing lines on these rods must be prevented, entwined with the fishing line of tuna. Avoid the fishing line breaking. Move the pole with the fish hanging to the stern. Taylor quickly pulled the fish to the surface. Although it is not bluefin tuna, but the big-eyed tuna, it can still be sold at a good price. This fish has just been pulled onto the boat. The other pole moved again. Marissa nimbly pulled the fish out of the water. It's also a big-eyed tuna. They can make another sum of money. I wonder if it will be included in the ranking list this time. Captain Nick of the Small Shell led the crew. We are about to arrive at this fishing spot. To narrow the gap with others, he increased the number of fish hooks on the fishing line, increased the probability of tuna biting the hook. Just as he was secretly smug, the tuna suddenly bit the hook. Everyone was excited immediately. Start a fierce battle with the tuna. I'm a little confused. Why did the two people retrieve the fishing line at the same time? I can't figure out tuna. Was it bitten on the fishing rod or the reel of the fishing line? Forget it. It's okay if I don't understand. Anyway, the tuna is floating towards the sea surface. Oh, I see. The tuna is biting on the fishing line reel. No one is using fishing rods anymore. Fight against tuna only by the fishing line reel. I saw the fish approaching the sea surface. Nick's teammate picked up the harpoon. Suddenly stab at the tuna. After a successful hit, control it with a fishtail hook and tie the fixing rope. Looking at the tuna floating behind me, Bach couldn't help showing off. OTT was stunned upon hearing this. Is tuna so rampant now? Why do fish come to your door every day? Looking at the tuna that is still cooling, Nick estimated that the fish was at least 110 inches long. I secretly rejoiced in my heart that this would definitely make a fortune. As they worked together to pull the tuna onto the ship, measure that this fish is 90 inches long. Wow, it didn't meet expectations. However, this fish looks rather plump. It should also be able to sell at a good price. They returned to the port smoothly an hour later. It seems that everyone is very fast. Can't wait to come back and sell fish. The actions of the acquirers are not slow either. Finally, this tuna weighed 378 pounds. After removing the core and the fishtail meat, Scott began to conduct the quality inspection. Overall, the quality of the fish is good. It's just that the core part is slightly inferior. The final price is $16 per pound. Let them earn $6,048. This remuneration is indeed considerable. If another fish could be caught tomorrow, then we will be able to sit on the championship throne. No wonder he was able to catch tuna. The boat has just been settled. He returned to his former home. Remember those poor years. The captain of the hot tuna, OTT, still searching for traces of tuna at sea. As an outstanding fishing expert, he knows well that fishing is not just waiting in place. Keep tracking for the traces of tuna. Only in this way can one gain something. Make a fortune. Just as he was lost in reverie, the sound of the detector woke him up. The line on the fishing reel flew out rapidly. It gave everyone a fright. Fortunately, they responded promptly. When Tim stepped forward to control the fishing line, I found there was still a float in front of me. Fortunately, this problem is not difficult to solve. However, the fishing line got entangled unexpectedly. This scene scared several people quite a lot. In the process of dealing with this difficult problem, Tim found that the fishing line seemed to still be entangled in that pole. OTT quickly picked up the scissors. This problem was solved resolutely. After clearing this mass of fishing line, Jarrett can also handle it normally. In this case, the tuna was soon pulled out of the sea. See that glimmer of light. OTT immediately raised his harpoon and stabbed. After controlling the tuna, Tim tied the rope easily, although this fishing trip was rather difficult. But still, the tuna was successfully towed onto the ship. Looking at this fat fish, the tuna was measured to be up to 105 inches long. The luck of the three people is really good. When others heard OTT's show off, he was already expressionless. It seems that they are accustomed to this kind of situation. After dark, Dave, the captain of the tuna net, look at these fishing rods in front of you. I can't help but sigh in my heart. how to compare with these well-equipped people. However, he is short of money at present. I can't even afford that fishing reel. Every time I see the high-end equipment on other people's ships, he is always full of envy. I wonder if he can catch any fish. The detector rang at this moment. The tuna seems to have just come nearby to test the waters. Suddenly, their fishing rods bent. The goal they longed for emerged. Sandro rushed forward immediately, determined to pull this baby onto the ship, do some hee to its skin swallow. For this goal, the force in his hand is getting stronger and stronger. The tuna underwater seemed to be aware of the danger as well. The intensity of the resistance has become increasingly strong. The fishing rods were all being pulled and trembling. It seems that it attaches great importance to its own safety. But it's also for those who want a man on top of a man. Regrettably, he was simply powerless to resist. Paul could only keep him by the side of the ship. The tail was firmly tied with a rope. The tuna cooled down and was pulled onto the ship. The fish was measured to be 87 inches long, although tuna is slightly small in size. Fortunately, it didn't cause them much trouble. At this time, OTT also returned to the port. We're going to sell this hard-won tuna. The buyer took the fish and quickly cut off the useless parts. The remaining tuna still weighs 491 pounds. After removing the core and the fish tail meat, the purchasers began to carefully examine the quality of the fish meat. She looked at the fish meat, her face full of disappointment. Why is this fish so bad? Only $9 per pound can be offered. In the end, they only earned $4,419. I didn't expect the fish to be below 10 digits this season. It actually showed up on the third day. The early morning of a new day. Dave and others also came to the port. It seems that they chose to rest last night. I didn't hurry back to sell the fish. Could it be that you want to go home and play today? As the acquirer takes over the fish, the useless parts were cut off quickly. Remove the core and the fish tail meat. There is still 220 pounds of remaining tuna. Scott examined the fish in front of him. It looks not bad, but not excellent. The fish meat is much worse than that of yesterday. Only $14 per pound can be offered. Finally, they earned $3,080. Captain Taylor of the windmill. It occurred to me that 3 teams had caught fish yesterday, feeling abandoned by the tuna in the sea. It's obvious that everyone is the same, even if the sound of the detector is heard. I also think that's just a big-eyed tuna. It's not what they expected. Just as he was sighing and groaning, the fishing rod suddenly bent down sharply. Obviously, a fish has taken a bait. Marissa bravely stepped forward and threw herself into the battle. Taylor started the ship quickly. I got closer to Tuna. When the two were concentrating on their work, the fishing rod behind Taylor moved again, and fish were caught on both fishing rods. 2 more fish bit the fishhook. This scene left Taylor stunned. OTT, after hearing the news about Taylor, it was decided immediately to turn around and go to Taylor's side. While they were on their way, Taylor and his companions are still trying hard to retrieve the fishing line, not willing to lose any fish that has taken the bait. However, at this moment, the fish in Marissa's hand ran away. But it doesn't matter. There are other fish. Marissa picked it up again, but found that all the schools of fish ran away. It's all gone. Greg, a passionate fisherman. I'm in a rather pleasant mood at the moment. The reason is simply because he came to his old fishing spot. There used to be a lot of tuna here. It is bound to bring him some gains. It won't be like yesterday, a wasted day. Suddenly, the detector in front of him made a movement. A tuna appeared and bit the fishing rod. The crew immediately stepped forward and threw themselves into the battle, vowed to pull the tuna onto the ship. After Greg spread the news, Taylor was stunned at once. Don't understand why the tuna is moving away from you. As Billin got into battle, he felt that the fish's reaction was very strange. It doesn't quite look like bluefin tuna. Instead, it looks more like a big-eyed tuna. After the crew member named Dirty got involved, the claim of Billin was rejected. Insist that this is clearly a tuna. As he pulled the fish to the surface of the sea, Dirty quickly picked up the harpoon and stabbed it. After controlling the tuna, They tied the rope immediately. After the tuna cools down, the three people quickly pulled him onto the boat. The fish was measured to be 90 inches long. This harvest made them ecstatic. Finally, I caught the tuna I'd been longing for. Shortly afterwards, they returned to the port. The buyer simply sharpened the knife, immediately cut the tuna's skin and the swallow. The remaining fish weighs as much as 273 pounds. The fish meat looks okay. It is rich in fat and has a good color, but the core part is rather poor. Therefore, the purchase price is only $10 per pound. The total price is $2,730. Such a result disappointed them quite a lot. After all, the achievements were remarkable last year. Nowadays, it is quite different. Let's take a look at Taylor without tuna again. Their luck seems to have improved. When Taylor was updating the bait, the detector suddenly rang. He became alert immediately, looking at the fishing rod expectantly. When a pole moves, Taylor quickly stepped forward to retrieve the fishing line. Afraid of missing the tuna again, Marissa took the fishing rod, started a fierce confrontation with the tuna. Learn from a lesson of losing 3 fish before. She decided not to retract the fishing line abruptly anymore. Instead, pull the tuna up slowly and regularly. This time her strategy worked quite well. The tuna gradually emerged from the water. Although the distance is still far, it's not a big problem. After some pulling, the tuna finally approached. Taylor saw the bright spots on the sea surface, stabbed it resolutely with a harpoon, successfully controlled the tuna, and quickly tied the rope. After many days of waiting, the pair finally caught tuna. After the fish cooled down, they pulled it onto the boat. Look at this fat fish. The measurement conclusion is as long as 89 inches. The two rushed to the port immediately. After arriving, quickly bring the tuna ashore. After removing the core and the fish tail meat, the fish head and tail were also cut off. Finally, the tuna weighed 339 pounds. The fish meat looks good. The color presents a good red. The core part is also acceptable. It's just that the fat is slightly insufficient, but it can still be acquired at $14 per pound. The total price is $4,746. Although the remuneration is not generous, but the harvest still satisfied Taylor and the other person. After these 2 days of competition, 3 members with incomes of tens of thousands of dollars emerged. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. While others were still there praying for the tuna to take the hook, they, however, savored the waffles at ease. As a result, the tuna jumped onto the ship by itself. It's still acceptable for everyone to catch a fish, but the next day, the tuna actually came again. It's just like it's coming to you by yourself. As soon as I bit the fish hook, I jumped onto the sea surface by myself. It's just a little smaller in size, only 2.4 meters. But it's different in the eyes of middlemen. They were actually given a remuneration of $7,024. This made me so envious. Even wanted to steal his money. With the arrival of a new day, Captain Taylor of the windmill, I am extremely disturbed by the current situation. So many days have passed, but only 1 tuna was caught. However, I don't think they need to worry too much. As the saying goes, as long as you are willing to work hard, good luck will eventually come. It's just unknown when it will come. The captain of the small shell, Nick, is currently located 40 miles southeast of Oregon. They once caught a lot of tuna here. If one can continue to gain something, perhaps it can still maintain its leading position, continue to occupy the championship throne. However, he was not aware of the Tuna Network number beside him. Can we catch any fish today? Feel very uneasy. After all, their captain is Dave. It is an experienced veteran. The detectors on the 2 ships at this time. Suddenly, a loud alarm came out. It seems that tuna has appeared in the nearby sea area. Everyone instantly lifted their spirits, looking at the sea surface with great anticipation. Wait for the appearance of the tuna. Suddenly, the fishing line wheel of the small shell was bitten by a fish. Immediately after that, Dave's fishing rod also moved. Their luck is really good. In the same sea area, Tuna kept taking the hook one after another. It is unknown which of them will eventually capture, but I have a hunch that both of them might come back empty-handed. Look at the waves now. Oh dear, it's really surging. It almost threw the person into the sea. Alas, Sandro's skills are truly remarkable. Just now I thought they wouldn't catch any fish. In the blink of an eye, the tuna surfaced. However, when Paul was about to throw the harpoon, but it was found that the one who took the hook was actually a shark. Now it's all in vain. Look at Nick on the other side again. The progress on their side has also been quite smooth. The tuna was also pulled to the surface of the sea. Braden, holding the harpoon, thrust it down resolutely. Hit the target with one strike. Several people quickly stepped forward to control the fish and tie a rope around it. It seems that their luck is indeed better than Dave's. Not only did Tuna be caught, it was successfully captured before sunrise. This made Dave and OTT envious. The face was full of jealousy. After the tuna was towed onto the deck, this fish is measured to be as long as 102 inches. Wow, this fish is even bigger than Brendan. How much can it be sold for? The captain of the hot tuna, OTT, in order to gain something, brought along a new friend, Lil Tosh. Hope this Doberman can bring good luck. Tuna was caught in this sea area. However, I feel that its effect is limited. The key still lies with Jarrett. After all, he is the main force in fishing. Captain Taylor of the windmill. I'm urging my sister to get up. Buddy, what time is it? Everyone else has caught tuna. It turns out that some of you still haven't gotten up. Why is their deck so chaotic? According to Taylor's explanation, there was a violent storm last night. Keep them awake all night. It almost shattered the window. They dare not increase the speed of a ship. One can only move forward slowly, wandering in the sea. Their bad luck seems to be particularly strong. It was very difficult to catch a fish at the beginning of the season, but it almost cost money to repair the front windshield. Suddenly, the detector on the ship moved. Traces of tuna appeared nearby. Taylor got up immediately. I saw the fishing rod bending. Marissa quickly stepped forward and grabbed it. Start to recycle the fishing line pulled away by the tuna. Greg witnessed all this. Envy was evident, but it is unknown whether they can capture it successfully. As Taylor moved the fishing rod to the stern of the boat, Marissa struggled to pull the tuna up a few meters. Seeing this scene, the speed in her hand quickened again. It is determined to pull the tuna out of the water in a short time. However, looking at her struggling appearance, I'm worried that the fishing line will be broken. The two of them exerted more and more force. The speed of reeling in the fishing line has also increased accordingly. But the struggle of the tuna. This makes this contest extremely difficult. After a long stretch, just pulled the tuna up a few meters again, just as Taylor was about to apply more force. The fishing line broke under the heavy burden. Look, I said that long ago. If they pull the fishing line like this, it will surely break. After Greg learned about their experience, that envious expression vanished in an instant. Even on Sandro's face in the distance, there was still a hint of mockery. It seems that there are no true friends on this sea. Taylor is tidying up the fishing rod. The dejection on the face was obvious. At this moment, several people from Small Shell. I have returned to the port to sell tuna. Look at this fat fish. Braden knew in his heart that he needed some money to come in. Milk powder can be bought for the child now. This caught tuna weighs as much as 452 pounds. It's just that the quality of the fish meat remains unknown. If the meat quality is excellent, one can make a huge profit. The buyer examined the fish before him. I think this fish is good overall. However, the core color is not good. The fat content is almost zero. Such fish are not popular in the market. It can only be traded at a price of $7 per pound. Let them earn an income of $3,164 US. The captain of the hot tuna, OTT, after having one's own breakfast, find Marissa of the windmill. I'm planning to exchange some cooking experiences with her. This person is really ruthless. Poach someone in front of her brother. You won't be afraid of getting into trouble. Dave from the Tuna Network. Witness the jubilant scene before one's eyes. I am well aware that there must be oil slick nearby. This is extremely attractive to tuna. Just make a brief stop here. There will surely be tuna taking the hook. However, the waves here are rough. The safety of fishing remains unknown. When the detector makes a sound, the fishing rod in front of Sandro suddenly bent, and it was two fish biting the hook at the same time. Long lost tuna. Two actually came at once. Dave and Sandro each hold a pole, compete respectively with the tuna in their hands. Just as they were engaged in a fierce battle, suddenly, Greg's boat appeared ahead. This gave everyone a fright. There are two tunas under his boat. The fish may be lost if one is not careful. Dave hurried back to warn him. Sure enough, they left quickly upon hearing this. It seems that having a wide network of contacts is an advantage. A greeting can make others retreat. They returned to the battle again. It was found that the strength of the tuna had decreased, especially the fish in Sandro's hand. The tuna slowly emerged from the water. Dave quickly picked up the harpoon and stabbed at the tuna. After successfully hitting the target, he immediately controlled the tuna beside the boat and fixed it firmly with a rope. The fish on the other pole was abandoned. As the tuna was pulled onto the ship, they couldn't wait to start measuring. It was found that this fish was as long as 97 inches. It is the largest tuna caught this year. It seems that they will make a fortune again. They decided to return to the port immediately. More than an hour later, the three people found the acquirer. Look at this big fish. After removing the useless parts, there are still 365 pounds of tuna left. After cutting off the core and the fishtail meat, the acquirer began to examine carefully. Look at the removed part. It seems that their quality is better than Nick's. The core color is bright, although it has slightly less fat, but it can still be sold at $16 per pound. Let them earn $5,840. After Zach learned that Dave had caught a fish. Why is my luck so bad? Originally, everyone's rankings were the same. You caught fish and made money today, but I gained nothing myself. It's really frustrating. After inquiring about the situations of Taylor and Greg, it was found that no one gained anything. My heart immediately calmed down. After the call ends, Taylor's detector is moving. I had it just because I said I didn't have you. Their fishing rods are bent. Another tuna has been hooked. Meanwhile, not far away, Zach's fishing rod. There was also tuna biting the hook. This scene is quite synchronous. Based on my experience of having watched so many episodes, only one of the two can catch tuna, but it is still unknown exactly who it will be. Personally, I think Taylor has a greater chance. After all, a fish was lost just in the morning. It feels better than Zach. When Marissa was working hard over there, there has also been some progress on Daniel's side. Somehow, it feels like they might all catch fish. Marissa based on the feedback on the fishing rod. It was found that this fish was huge in size. It's much larger than what was caught before. Look at the tuna leaping out of the sea. The expressions of the two immediately perked up. Looking at the fish in the sea. Pull the fishing line carefully. Let's take a look at Zach's side again. They encountered an unexpected situation. There is a fishing boat in the direction where the tuna is fleeing. It scared the two people out of their wits, shouting crazily to make the other person leave. Seeing that the other party showed no reaction, they could only leave this area by boat. When Daniel was trying hard to retrieve the fishing line, it was found that the tuna had actually run away. Just watch it disappear helplessly like this. The two were so angry that they almost went crazy. The situation on Taylor's side is different. The tuna here is still here. In order to prevent accidents, Marissa even let the tuna escape. After a while, Taylor took over the fishing rod. Fight against tuna. When the fish was found to be surfacing, he quickly let go of the fishing rod and picked up the harpoon. Suddenly plunge into the tuna. Although the tuna is still struggling, but was still tied up by Marissa with a rope. Look at this big fat fish appearing on the boat. Measurements show that it is as long as 99 inches. It seems that the gains this time are quite good. As the two began their return voyage, time gradually came into the evening. It seems that their fishing spot this time is indeed quite far away. When the tuna falls into the hands of the purchasers, he cut the fish open quickly. This fish weighs as much as 404 pounds. Next, the quality of the fish meat needs to be evaluated. If the meat quality is excellent, you're sure to make a big profit this time. Dennis examined the fish in front of him. I think the core part is quite beautiful. The fat distribution is also good. Only the color of the fish meat is slightly inferior. The unit price can only be set at 13 US dollars. Ultimately, a profit of 5,252 US dollars was obtained. Captain OTT of the hot tuna. I have a hunch that good luck is coming soon, especially the detector in front of us. It further verified his intuition. As long as you hold on here, tuna is sure to be caught. As the fishing rod bends, Jarrett clenched his grip quickly. Start to recycle the fishing line that has been pulled away. To avoid the fishing lines getting entangled with each other, he removed the fishing rod from the fishing line wheel. Move across to the stern. Then one can deal with it at ease. If no accident occurs, this tuna is sure to come ashore smoothly. During the process of recycling the fishing line, he felt that this tuna was small in size. It might be only about 90 inches. After about 10 minutes, the tuna was pulled closer by more than 10 meters. It seems that the capture is imminent. This news greatly excited OTT, holding a harpoon and waiting aside for the tuna to appear. After fishing for 20 minutes, the tuna was pulled to the surface of the sea. OTT stabbed the fish's head resolutely. The two worked together to control the tuna. Tie the fixing rope quickly. They succeeded in catching a fish again. Measure after pulling the tuna onto the ship. This fish is 91 inches long. Oh dear, Jarrett's estimation was indeed accurate. This fish is indeed close to 90 inches. After they returned to the port quickly, the most trusted acquirer has been found. After Dennis took their fish, the useless parts were cut off immediately and removed the core and the fishtail meat. In the end, the fish weighed only 325 pounds. This weight is quite good. Next comes the quality inspection. The meat is delicious and rich in oil. The core color is bright. It's just not very transparent. It can only be offered at $15 per pound. Let them earn $4,875. And Taylor and the others who are still at sea. After learning that OTT caught tuna, my mood is inevitably a little low. Among you, except Greg, why do you have such an idea? Wasn't a tuna just caught yesterday? I really don't understand why you have such an idea. At this moment, the detectors of everyone changed. Tuna appeared nearby. Everyone on every ship was extremely excited. However, Taylor has the best luck. Among the 4 ships, he was the only one who caught tuna. Marissa got up quickly. Come to the fishing rod. Start to confront the tuna. Although they caught a fish yesterday, but if tuna can still be caught today, then they will make a huge profit. When Marissa was pulling the tuna, it seems that the resistance of this fish is extremely fierce. But this is what she is least afraid of, because the escape methods of tuna are relatively simple. It will only run away like this. This can bring the tuna closer. The fishing time lasted for 1.5 hours. Marissa is exhausted. Taylor hurriedly stepped forward to take over. During his pulling process, it was found that this tuna was showing signs of fatigue. And the reason why he was able to perceive, because tuna appeared on the sea surface. Taylor quickly let Marissa take over. He himself picked up the harpoon and thrust it down forcefully. After successfully hitting the target, tie the tuna firmly with a rope immediately. Look at the plump fish. They couldn't hide their excitement. This is the 3rd fish caught this year. It is expected to compete for the current championship throne. As the tuna was dragged onto the deck, the measured length is 96 inches, although the body length is not outstanding. But this fish looks particularly fat. It is expected to bring substantial remuneration. After returning to Hong Kong, they promptly handed the fish over to the buyer. This person skillfully removed the core and the fishtail meat. Eliminate the useless parts. Finally, the net weight of this fish was 439 pounds. The buyer examined the fish before him. It is believed that the core color of the fish is excellent. It's just that the fat is slightly insufficient, but better than before. He offered a unit price of $16. It enabled them to profit 7,024 US dollars. Just as I said before, the reward of this fish is indeed generous. After 2 days of fierce competition, the windmill successfully occupied the championship position and lead the second and third places by several $1,000s. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. Can you believe it? Just 3 days. Just fishing for tuna can earn him nearly $20,000. Moreover, he also played at home for 39 hours. Such an attractive job. Knows you don't believe it. Then keep reading and don't stop. I guarantee that you won't be able to hold back after reading it. The legs galloped away as if they were loaded on a fire wheels. Even 10 cows couldn't hold it. After several days of hard fishing, Zach felt that life was becoming increasingly difficult. Not a single tuna has been caught for many days. The wall in the pocket is getting shriveled day by day. The payment of wages is also in jeopardy. Bobby was also in trouble. The wallet is almost empty. What's worse, he needs at least $1,000 each time he goes out to sea. This made Zach's desire for tuna even stronger. If the situation continues to deteriorate, I'm afraid I will have to give up going fishing at sea. The captain of the Hot Tuna, OTT, gazing at the calm sea surface. There's a lot of worry in the heart. It seems as if the sky is about to fall. The sky was already bright, but the schools of fish had yet to show up. At this moment, the kind-hearted person Nick found OTT shared a newly obtained secret piece of intelligence. In the sea area named 950, there's a large group of tuna lurking. Although OTT had doubts about this information, but given that there was no movement in the surrounding sea areas, he decided to take a risk and have a try. Although this will increase fuel expenses. But for now, there is no other way. On the way, OTT thought of several good friends. It was decided to inform them of this news as well. It is expected that mutual benefit can be achieved in the future. So 4 fishing boats appeared at sea, marched northward in a grand procession. I wonder what their fates will be like. When Nick and the others arrived near the destination, the active seabirds in front of us foretell hope. It was learned that tuna was about to appear nearby. Asked the partners to set the bait immediately, standing on the deck with great anticipation. Wait for the appearance of the tuna. Brandon was even more excited. He kept talking about tuna. Unexpectedly, he actually got what he wanted. With the appearance of tuna, the people on the ship acted quickly. After the captains of other ships learned the news, it is also believed that coming to the north is a wise move. No sooner had Nick arrived than a tuna was hooked. As long as you stay behind, you are sure to catch tuna. Let's take a look at the situation on Nick's side. When folding up the fishing line, I found a float ahead. It seems to be connected to one's own ship's anchor. This puts them in a dilemma. If ignored, the fishing line may break. But if it is forcibly solved, hundreds of dollars will be lost. It can only be handled with great care, just as they were striving to solve the problem. Good news also came from Dave's side. Their fishing rods are bent. Obviously, there is a tuna biting the hook. This situation caught everyone off guard. The fishing line was pulled out by the tuna for dozens of meters. Nevertheless, everyone was still excited. But when he retrieved the fishing line, he felt that the tuna seemed to have run away. The recycling was extremely easy, confirmed by Dave and Sandro. The tuna is indeed nowhere to be seen. The 3 couldn't help feeling that their joy had been in vain. Taylor, who heard this, a sly smile appeared on his face. By contrast, it's good news for Nick. The tuna was pulled to the surface of the sea. Brandon picked up the harpoon resolutely, suddenly plunged into the tuna. After successfully hitting the target, everyone quickly controlled the fish and fixed it with ropes, looking at the tuna drifting slowly behind. The joy in the hearts of the 3 people was beyond words. The scene of going home to celebrate has emerged in my mind, and the grand scene of their fishing catches here. It happened to fall into the sight of Tim and the others. The envy on Otto's face was obvious. Nick pulled the tuna at the stern for a while. This fish has also cooled down. Brandon kept muttering, "Come, come, come." while struggling to drag the tuna onto the boat. Witness this huge fish. The fish was measured to be as long as 104 inches, and tuna is plump in shape. It seems that there will be another considerable income. After returning to the port, start selling this tuna immediately. To be honest, in my opinion, this fish, it can be sold for at least $7,000 or so. After the acquirer removed the core and fishtail meat, cut off the useless parts, this fish ended up weighing only 447 pounds. Next, the quality of the fish meat needs to be inspected. The buyer examined the fish in front of him. It was commented that the fish meat was bright in color and plump in fat. The core part is also quite excellent. Overall, this fish is of superior quality. Willing to acquire at $17 per pound. It brought a profit of $7,599 to 3 people. It seems that my previous estimate was quite accurate. With the arrival of a new day, Zach found a group of dolphins following at the bottom of the boat. This indicates that there might be tuna lurking nearby. Oh dear, this is undoubtedly a good omen. Especially, the detector responded. Zach has just identified the location of the tuna. Then came the sound of the fishing rod biting the hook. Daniel held the pole tightly and began to reel in the wire. According to the feedback from the fishing rod, it seems that this fish lacks strength. The speed of escape was also relatively slow. Notice this situation. Increase the force in your hand resolutely. Recover the fishing line quickly. Before long, the tuna surfaced. See the bright spots on the sea surface. Sean quickly picked up the harpoon, aimed precisely at the fish head. When the body of the tuna emerges from the water, stab it down without hesitation. The tuna was floating feebly on the sea surface. The two felt deceived, however. I can't help but wonder how I could still run away. However, this had no effect at all. In the end, she was still tied up by several people with ropes. They finally caught Tuna again. I originally thought it would continue to suffer losses. I never thought my luck would be so good. Looking at this fat fish. Can't wait to pull it onto the boat. This fish is measured to be as long as 102 inches. It's much bigger than their first fish. Obviously, this will bring rich rewards. Taylor of the windmill. After learning that 2 people had caught fish, I can't help but sigh at my bad luck. He hurriedly found Greg, not far away. I want to find out what's going on his side. However, this was destined to disappoint him. Hasn't there been any progress on Greg's side either? Just as he was showing a look of disappointment, there is something wrong with the detector in front of Taylor. He looked excitedly at the fishing rod on the deck. Meanwhile, the detector on Greg and Bobby's ship. There has also been quite a stir. However, Taylor has already hooked some tuna. It's truly a case of one step faster, one step faster. After Marissa stepped forward and was busy, Taylor began to show off. And just at this moment, the busy Marissa discovered, this tuna is a big fish. If this fish can be caught, there is no doubt that one can make another profit. It's just that the waves here are a bit rough. It's a bit inconvenient for Marissa to do the work. As the tuna surfaced, the force in her hand increased again. However, the fishing line often breaks at this time. Look, the tuna has run away. You two must be furious. After nightfall, Zach and others returned to the port. They began to sell the tuna they caught. After the purchaser got this fish, take out the core and fishtail meat immediately. And this fish weighs as much as 525 pounds. It seems that this fish is quite heavy. If the quality of this fish could be compared with that of Nick, perhaps one can earn tens of thousands of dollars. The buyer examined the fish in front of him. I think this fish is quite nice. Oily fish have bright colors. The core part is also quite transparent. It was decided to offer a unit price of $18. Plus the weight of this fish, they earned a total of $9,450. Now Zach can continue to get paid. And Greg, who is still at sea, looking at the school of fish in front of me. 2 people on the deck are holding fishtail hooks. 2 fish were quickly fished out. It is planned to use these fish as bait. The size of this kind of blue fish, it will definitely attract tuna to come. And the size will by no means be small. Sure enough, The blue fish was just thrown into the sea. Then a tuna bit the fish hook. Look at the curved fishing rod. Greg excitedly picked up the walkie-talkie, then began to show off. However, the master angler watched the swaying of the fishing rod. It seems that something is wrong with this fish. It doesn't quite look like bluefin tuna. Wait for the fish to surface. Sure enough, this was not what they expected, but it was a big-eyed tuna, even though it is not the target fish species. But such fish can also sell at a good price. It is even sufficient to cover the cost of this voyage. Tie this fish behind the stern. Several people then waited patiently. I didn't expect to wait again. Another bluefin tuna bit the fish hook. This made the three people extremely excited. Quickly pull the caught fish onto the boat, just in case of any accident. After grasping the fishing rod again, feel the feedback on the pole. They are convinced that this is what was expected. It's definitely a bluefin tuna. So he increased the force in his hand. When the tuna surfaced, there is no doubt that it is exactly what they have been dreaming of. After Byron beside recognized the tuna at a glance, quickly grabbed the harpoon and stabbed at the tuna, although the first shot missed. But how could it possibly fail the second time? As the tuna was stabbed by the harpoon, Greg skillfully tied the fixing rope, looking at the tuna drifting at the stern of the boat, well aware that a considerable income is about to come. After towing the tuna onto the boat, it was measured that this fish is as long as 91 inches. Look again at Zach in the distance. He was paid more than $9,000 yesterday. Returned to a prosperous life again. Not only was the damaged canopy replaced, fuel was also injected into the starving engine. I just don't know if I can catch any more fish. Can there be gains only at critical moments? At this time, Greg and the others return to the port. Start selling this tuna. The acquirer promptly eliminates the useless parts. The core and fishtail meat were taken out. In the end, this fish weighed only 391 pounds. Next comes the crucial meat quality inspection. The buyer examined the fish before him. It is pointed out that the fat content is not too high, but the core is a beautiful cherry red. Overall, it seems quite good. It's a high-quality tuna. The purchase price is set at $16 per pound. It enabled the three people to earn $6,256. And Bobby was almost on the verge of collapse. So many days and so many people can catch fish. Why did I gain nothing alone? Especially when seeing Zach return. It feels as if my sky is about to fall. Someone else made up for the loss with just one fish. But one is still struggling in losses, just as he was immersed in sadness. The fishing rod on the deck is slightly bent. Bobby heard the sound of the fishing line coming out. Gene quickly snatched the fishing rod. Start to retract the fishing line that has been pulled away. It's just that he thinks this fish is too small in size. The intensity of the resistance was not strong. Soon he pulled the tuna a few meters closer. It wasn't long before the tuna surfaced. Bobby became more and more excited, afraid that any accident might occur at this moment. Constantly instruct Drew behind to control the ship. However, as soon as the tuna appeared, it suddenly fled towards the deep sea again. Oh, is this fish that fierce? But under the operation of the Ryan brothers, it was still pulled back to the sea surface, although there is still some distance from the side of the ship. But this is not a difficult problem. After several minutes of intense pulling, the tuna was finally towed to the side of the boat. Greg picked up the harpoon quickly, after aiming at the target and thrusting down sharply to successfully hit it. Tie the rope skillfully. Finally, this tuna was caught. If no more fish take the bait, I'm afraid I'm really going to suffer a huge loss. As the tuna was pulled onto the deck, this fish is measured to be 110 inches. It seems that this fish is not small in size. It might still be the biggest one this year. Drew seemed a little small even when sitting on it. After Greg showed off his spoils, set off immediately and returned to the port. An hour later, several people found the acquirer. Bobby's vanity seems rather strong. It even showed off in front of the acquirers. Isn't there something wrong with the brain? People see big fish every day. Remove the useless parts of this one of yours. Only 589 pounds of fish remain comparable. He might have realized this as well. The arrogance on the face gradually subsided. Listen to the evaluation of the acquirer. The fish meat is of excellent quality and has an outstanding core, but the fat content is slightly lower. Only $15 per pound can be given. Nevertheless, it still reached $8,835. After the new day comes, Zach was concerned about the situation of having gained nothing yesterday. Feel a little frustrated. I originally thought my fortune had improved. Going out to sea can easily catch big fish. Unexpectedly, it was still that awkward look. Suddenly, their fishing rods bent, and it happened to be in Daniel's hands. This change excited everyone greatly. I thought I would return empty-handed today as well. Unexpectedly, an unexpected joy came suddenly. However, the fishing line was quickly pulled out. It's still over 100 meters. The people who noticed this situation realized that this fish is astonishingly powerful, unlike the two fish caught earlier, which were weak. This made Daniel even more excited instead. For experienced anglers, this is the real fishing, although I don't know what techniques he used. But witness the tuna emerging on the sea surface, also well aware of the subtleties of its methods. If I could acquire this skill, surely go fishing for tuna at sea every day. Sean quickly picked up the harpoon beside him, stabbed precisely at the fish head, and quickly controlled the tuna beside the ship. Wait until the rope is firmly tied to the tail of the fish. They succeeded in catching a new fish. After the news spread, OTT and Taylor couldn't help smiling wryly. Fishing in the same sea area. Why is it that only I have gained nothing? When Zach dragged the tuna onto the boat, the fish was measured to be 94 inches long. Zach immediately turned the boat around and headed for the dock. Tuna was caught again. It made the three people on the ship overjoyed. I no longer care so much about the weight of tuna. It is only known that it weighs 407 pounds. However, I'm still curious. After all, I'm a bit greedy for money. The buyer examined the fish before him. It is considered to have superior overall quality and bright colors. The transparency of the core part is also just right. The fat content is just right, neither too much nor too little. Willing to acquire at $20 per pound. Zach couldn't stop smiling when he learned about it. I never expected to earn $8,140 today. This is the harvest of two fish. It directly pushed them to the top of the list. However, it is only over $1,000 ahead of his second place. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. As is known to all, fishing is a leisurely activity. However, fishing for tuna in the sea, the situation is completely different. One must be prepared to face the fierce impact of the waves. It may even face the risk of bankruptcy. However, the corresponding returns are also quite substantial. A 2-meter-long bluefin tuna. It can be sold for $7,524 at the acquirer. Are you tempted by such a job? Don't worry either that the waves will capsize your boat. As everyone got ready to set off fishing. But unexpectedly, I heard a depressing piece of news. The forecast says there will be a heavy rainstorm today. The wind speed is expected to be as high as 50 miles per hour. The coastal areas are highly likely to be submerged by seawater. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of waves the sea will have. Look, Nick and the others just went out to sea. The bow of the ship was battered in a sorry state by the huge waves. Fortunately, we successfully crossed the most perilous sea area. 9:30 in the morning. Zach also began to go to sea. He is obviously more cautious. Did not choose to take risks at night. Instead, they chose to go fishing when it was relatively safe, although the departure time was a little late. But security has been guaranteed. It is worth mentioning. Today's hot tuna is missing Jarrett. As for the reason, no one knows. It's also uncertain in the absence of one member. Can they catch the tuna they like as they wish? Let's take a look at Taylor on the windmill again. They seem a little unlucky. Marissa's toothbrush accidentally fell into the toilet. When Taylor knew about it, he immediately made a big fuss. It made everyone burst into laughter. Marissa blushed. hurriedly explaining that the toothbrush didn't fall in by accident. Instead, it flew over from the counter. Obviously, Marissa was really anxious, just when everyone was still joking with each other. Taylor's detector suddenly responded. Obviously, Tuna appeared nearby. When the two were observing the stern of the boat, it was found that the fishing line reel suddenly emerged rapidly. It seems that the tuna has bitten the fishhook. After others learned of this news, the face was filled with envy. Neil even made a decisive decision. Go fishing in another place. Head to the waters near Taylor. After they put away the fishing line, increase the speed of the ship to the maximum immediately. It seems as if a rocket has been installed. The speed is astonishing. However, this has also brought consequences. Their windows were shattered by the waves. However, several people on the ship are experienced. The problem was solved very soon. But in the end, the windows still need to be replaced. To prevent any more accidents, they then reduced the speed of the ship. Let's take a look at the windmill again. The two have been fighting for an hour, but Taylor still hasn't pulled the tuna to the surface of the sea. However, modern fishing line wheels are used for fishing. It doesn't consume too much physical strength. On the contrary, it tests skills even more. As long as you persist, victory is in sight. When the tuna finally surfaced, Taylor quickly picked up the fishtail hook beside him. Step forward and firmly control the tuna. Tie the rope immediately after successful control. As the two pulled the tuna onto the boat, this big fat fish has finally been obtained. I really didn't expect that these two people would be so lucky. In such bad weather, it's possible to catch a fish smoothly. The fish was measured to be 106 inches long. When they returned to the port, start selling the tuna in hand immediately. Look at this huge fish. Taylor's heart was filled with anticipation. Hope it can bring rich rewards. It even helped him regain the championship throne. Finally, this fish weighed 502 pounds. The color of the fish meat looks quite nice. It's just that the color is slightly lacking and not so rosy. The core part is quite transparent and of good quality. The fat content, however, seems rather low. Such tuna of average quality. The market price can only be set at $12, although the unit price is not high, but it eventually earned $6,024 by weight. The captain of the fishing mania, Greg. It was since that the wind was gradually strengthening. I'm afraid there will be an extremely heavy rainstorm tonight. If you can't catch tuna in time, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well tonight. For this, he contacted the Tuna Network account. But Dave doesn't have any good news either. He is also facing difficulties. But he was luckier. Hardly had the words been spoken when the detector discovered the tuna. After informing Greg, his luck unexpectedly improved as well. The detector then beeped. To be honest, this is rather coincidence. It even makes one wonder if there are any human factors involved. When both sides were waiting for the tuna, Dave was the first to win the favor of the fish. The fishing line was pulled away quickly. Greg was a little down when he learned about it, but this time his fishing rod also began to bend. It really feels like it was deliberately arranged. If it weren't for knowing that tuna is not as easy to tame as dolphins, I even thought this was manipulated by humans. The situations on both sides are just too coincidental, although they were lucky. But the sea doesn't seem willing to make it too easy for them. Continuous surging and pounding. It increases the difficulty of fishing. Only Sandro seems to still enjoy it. However, Billin seems more normal. The complexion is not very good. One wants to catch tuna in this environment. It is always difficult to succeed quickly. It can only be gradually polished by time. However, this also has an advantage. The fishing line won't break easily, as long as the physical strength of the tuna is exhausted. Sooner or later, this fish can be caught on the boat. Hardly had the words been spoken when your fishing line broke. Aren't you slapping me in the face? Well, just look at Greg's side. I believe you won't disappoint me. Billin is fishing. It seems that this fish is rather cunning, constantly floating up and diving down, teasing Billin, who is a fisherman. However, these tricks were of no use. Still pulled to the surface. As the harpoon pierces the tuna, This fish is controlled beside the boat and tie it firmly with a fixed rope, looking at the tuna drifting on the sea surface. The three people work together to drag it onto the deck. The fish was measured to be 92 inches long. I didn't expect to catch the fish recently. Not a single one is smaller than 90 inches. When they returned to the port, Local Meteorological Bureau forecast, the storm will intensify tonight. The waves will be as high as 13 feet, and it will last until 4 o'clock in the morning. This made the people still at sea extremely anxious, especially the captain of the rocket, Zach. Their ship is small to begin with. Unlike Dave's big ship, it's really hard to deal with the fierce wind and heavy rain. After some discussion, everyone decided to return to Hong Kong and go home. End the fishing trip of the day. After all, life is the most important. But OTT chose to take a risk. It is said that the stronger the wind and waves, the higher the price of fish. When night falls, they found the acquirer. Sell the tuna caught by oneself. After removing the useless parts, the tuna still weighs 365 pounds. Next comes the inspection of the fish meat. The buyer looked at the goods in front of him and said, "Luck doesn't seem very ideal. This fish is too fat. However, the core looks good. The overall color is bright and vivid. Willing to offer the unit price of $15. Let them make a profit of $5,475 US. It seems that they are still favored by Lady Luck. Let's take a look at this warrior, OTT. Their situation is rather difficult, facing such a torrential downpour, afraid that the ship might capsize. But at this moment, the detector suddenly rang. The fishing rod bent in the heavy rain. OTT's risky bet tonight has finally paid off. Just catch this hooked fish. He will become a legend for all. Because the sound of the rain was too noisy. He couldn't wake Tim up. One can only deal with tuna alone. Moreover, he felt hooked like a shark. So it was decided to pull the fish out of the water first. I never expected that this process would take 1.5. Although OTT is a little tired now. But after a long contest, it was found that this was very likely tuna. So I hurried to get the harpoon, so as not to pull the tuna out of the water. It is impossible to subdue it in time. After he regained control of the fishing rod, the fish was pulled out of the water soon. After confirming that it is tuna, shout to Tim immediately. He was even so excited that he swore. When Tim got out of the cabin, OTT has thrust the harpoon into the tuna. This makes Tim seem a little redundant. However, he still played a role. Keep the tuna behind the side of the boat. Tie it firmly with a rope quickly. After successfully catching tuna, Tim also understands why he wasn't woken up, but it is no longer important at the moment. After all, the fish has been successfully pulled onto the boat. After measurement, this fish is as long as 95 inches. It's a nice big fish. Now, they can also have a rest. It seems that it is a wise move for the two to stay. However, there are still certain risks. When the sky clears up and the heavy rain stops, OTT also returned to the port. Start selling one's own tuna. After going through a series of routine procedures, this fish still weighs as much as 418 pounds. The fish meat looks excellent and has a bright color. The fat content is also very rich. It's just that the core part is slightly lacking. If one is also excellent in this aspect, the acquirer will undoubtedly offer a higher unit price. But for now, only $18 can be given. Nevertheless, $7,524 was still earned. After OTT brought the ship to a steady stop, Marissa came over, though I'm not clear about her purpose of coming. But it was learned from them. This unfortunate guy, Nick, the terrain where he is located is not high. It is the area most severely affected by the flood. The seawater accumulated tens of centimeters on the ground. But compared with his family, the situation is still better. The most unfortunate thing is his former home. It has been completely submerged by seawater. It looks like a house built in the sea, especially when he opens the door. It is also full of seawater inside. Witnessing all this, Nick couldn't help crying. All his memories are carried here. They are all his childhood toys. I really feel heartbroken for him. As the sea water recedes from the land, the Tuna Network account has set sail again. Dave was able to catch fish for OTT the night before last. I think it's quite risky. However, his bold behavior. Ultimately, it brought him rewards. Although the rainstorm has stopped now, but the wind and waves on the sea are still not small. Bobby started fishing again with confidence at this time. After all, no one will always be unlucky, especially when there is tuna near the detector. But the waiting time seems rather long. Half an hour has passed. The tuna still hasn't taken the hook. The sudden bending of the fishing rod surprised several people very much. Bobby even thought he couldn't catch any fish. After removing the other fishing rods, Brian was able to pull with full concentration. It was learned that the fish was still over 100 meters away. The rotation speed of the fishing wheel increases with greater force. When Bobby was in control of the fishing boat, Brian kept guiding him to adjust his direction. But the waves are too big to change. This made Brian shout anxiously and loudly. Suddenly, the fishing line broke. Bobby knew at this sound that the tuna had escaped. He was burning with rage immediately. A bunch of words with a mama's weight were exposed and wantonly caused damage on the ship. But this is his ship. If he doesn't care about others, of course he won't. It was Drew who was stunned. It was originally a passionate voyage to sea. The result was unexpected. Look at the unlucky Nick again. He has gone fishing at sea again now. Many items at home were flooded by water. He needs to earn money to go home and repair it. Night fell again and it rained heavily. Even lightning split the night sky. This storm is clearly not over yet. The captain of the tuna net, Dave. Facing the heavy rain, I thought of OTT the day before yesterday. Believe that you can catch fish today, too. I wonder why he is so confident. After all, others are risking their lives. And he was just fishing in the rain. There weren't many waves. Suddenly, their fishing rods bent. They ran onto the deck quickly. Oh dear, Nick has a fish to fish for. And it was so unexpected. The three also rushed onto the deck in a hurry. Start competing with the tuna. It seems that the luck of these two captains is really good. But pull the tuna in this environment. Dave felt that this battle was somewhat difficult. Nick's situation is completely different. The battle went quite smoothly. However, the progress seems to lag behind Dave's. The tuna has been pulled to the surface of the sea. Paul held a harpoon and stabbed the tuna fiercely, although the target was successfully hit. But the tuna is still struggling to escape. This confused the people on the ship a little. If this fish still runs away, the fishing line and the pit of the harpoon are tangled together. It may break if one is not careful. Fortunately, Dave has rich fishing experience. I'm not panicked about this situation. Instead, he slowly pulled the fish to the side of the boat. After Paul refilled the harpoon again, several people quickly tied him to the side of the boat. Look at Nick on the other side again. He is still fighting with the tuna. Watch the tuna surface. Ryan immediately picked up the harpoon and aimed. However, at this moment, the waves suddenly came. It has brought them quite a challenge. Nevertheless, the harpoon still pierced the fish. The three people worked together to control the fish and then tied it up. Look at the tuna at the stern of the boat. Nick was secretly happy in his heart, knowing that one is about to acquire a fortune. As they pulled the fish onto the boat, the fish was measured to be 88 inches long. It was the size that slightly disappointed them. I didn't expect the fish to be so small. Dave, after the tuna cooled down, pulled the fish to his own boat. The fish was measured to be 91 inches long. They hurried back to the port quickly. The tuna was brought ashore immediately. After the purchaser cut off the useless parts, this fish weighs 345 pounds net. If the core and fishtail meat are of superior quality, then they will make a lot of money. The buyer looked at the fish in front of him. It seems that this meat looks very tempting. The fat is also very abundant. The core seems rather ordinary. Only offer a quotation of $17. Let them get $5,865. After Dave left, Nick and others also arrived. It was also Scott's acquisition operation, of course. This person's movements were extremely swift. Quickly remove the useless parts of the tuna. In the end, this fish weighed only 282 pounds. It is much lighter than Dave's one. It seems that the fish meat is not as good as theirs either. The color is slightly dull. The fat part is acceptable. As for the core, it seems rather ordinary. Only $14 can be given. They earned a profit of $3,948. The remuneration is indeed rather meager. After 3 days of fierce competition, the position of the champion has changed hands again. The small shell successfully won this honor. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. Do you want the fishing line to be as long as 2.5 meters? What about the tuna worth $11,440? This must be the ultimate dream of every fisherman. Don't be in a hurry to think that this is difficult. If you look down patiently, you will find. Catch this kind of bluefin tuna. It's even more relaxing than having a glass of water. Now, the two people on the windmill. After learning that one's ranking had declined, be determined to work harder. Otherwise, there will be no chance of winning the championship title. Greg from the Fishing Mania. After earning a valuable income yesterday, I'm no longer anxious now. The craving for tuna has also weakened. Just hope to catch one fish every day. It's not that you have such an idea. It was also said that there was no longer a desire for tuna. And Zach of the Rocket, who is still at the port. We have just set off for fishing at this moment. The heavy rain has passed. Why did you still go out so late? Could it be because it is currently the champion? Then I felt that I could remain calm and composed. This kind of thinking is quite dangerous. Everyone else is striving hard. It may overtake you at any time. The captain of the small shell, Nick, decide not to look for new fishing spots anymore. Look for tuna at the current location. After all, there is little time left. If you don't catch the tuna quickly, I'm afraid there will be little profit this year. It seems that Nick's idea makes sense, too. My home was just invaded by seawater the day before yesterday. After the income received yesterday was apportioned. Pay for the expenses of fishing boats going out to sea. The money in hand is running out very little. Suddenly, he found a group of fish ahead. The distance is about 200 meters. Suddenly, I was extremely excited. Sure enough, a fish was hooked on the fishing line wheel. Everyone rushed towards the deck quickly. After Nick spread the news, Greg felt a little heavy-hearted after hearing that. Unexpectedly, this unlucky guy was the first to catch a fish, while he was still lost in his own thoughts. The fishing rod on the deck suddenly bent. It seems that there are still 2 fish taking the bait. The 2 people below immediately threw themselves into work. Why does someone catch fish every time recently? There are always 2 ships with fish taking the bait at the same time, and they all fish extremely fast. Hardly any accidents occurred. At most, it's just that too much force was applied when retracting. I accidentally tore the fishing line. Things are going smoothly on Greg's side. Both tuna have risen several meters. This made Greg very excited. Just pull the tuna out of the water. They can be judged which fish is bigger. More money will be earned at that time. When the 2 were still working hard, the dirty fishing line suddenly broke. But it's not a big problem. There is still 1 fish. Take a look at the situation on Nick's side again. When he was fighting with the tuna, it was found that this fish was extremely fierce. I actually struggled with all my might. It made Nick shudder, dare not forcefully retrieve the fishing line, afraid of breaking it by accident. Good news suddenly came from Greg's side. They have pulled the tuna to the sea surface, although the distance is still far and still struggling. But this made them even more excited instead. However, Nick's side is different. They not only pulled the tuna to the surface of the sea, and it's right beside the ship. As the crew thrust the harpoon in, after successfully hitting the target, but tuna can still move. Even managed to escape back to the bottom of the ship successfully. It's not going well for Greg. Still working hard. Suddenly, the fishing line broke as well. The 3 of them felt extremely uncomfortable. Look at Nick's side again. They managed to drag the tuna back successfully and quickly tied the fixing rope. After the news spread, Greg was extremely envious. Everyone caught fish almost simultaneously. How could it be you who caught it? However, Taylor and OTT felt nothing at all. because they didn't even see the shadow of a fish. Looking at Greg's disappointment, they were secretly delighted in their hearts. Nick looked at the tuna at the stern of the boat, well aware that there will be a considerable income. As Black Dan pulled the tuna onto the ship, they made the measurement immediately. It was found that this fish was as long as 93 inches. It is indeed a rare big fish. When the small shell returned to the port, Taylor's mood also began to deteriorate. Not as excited as when I first learned the news, because he thought of himself. The money earned is about the same as others. There is no difference in the rankings either. Now someone else has caught the fish, but I'm still desperately searching. Suddenly, his detector rang. A tuna is approaching. The two walked onto the deck immediately. The school of fish in front of them excited them greatly. A tuna leaps out of the water. Taylor and Marissa were extremely excited. The fishing rod bent at this time as well, excitedly dancing around there. Move the fishing rod behind the stern. Marissa also began to be busy, determined to catch this fish. Don't fall too far behind the small shell. This fish must be caught. However, in the face of the surging waves, they couldn't help being a little scared. But that bright spot on the sea surface let them know that the tuna has surfaced. Taylor quickly picked up the harpoon, aimed at the tuna, and stabbed hard, but failed to hit the target. Instead, it made the tuna escape. Taylor was so anxious that he held the fishing rod tightly and struggled to return to the line, in case the tuna swam further. Marissa picked up the harpoon helplessly. I saw the tuna dart to the bottom of the boat. She had to put down the harpoon, assist Taylor in pulling the tuna, afraid that the fishing line would be cut by sharp objects. Wait to drag the tuna to the surface of the sea. Taylor clenched the harpoon again, aimed at the target, and stabbed decisively, despite the twists and turns of this fishing process. But eventually the tuna will be kept at the side of the ship and fix it firmly with a rope. When the two people worked together to drag the fish onto the deck, it was found that the fish body was covered with scars. This made the two of them heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was a sharp object at the bottom of the ship. The fishing line has never been cut. Finally, the fish was successfully caught on the deck. The fish was measured to be 102 inches long. It is an extremely huge fish. At this time, the small shell returned to the port, starts selling caught tuna. After removing the useless parts, the fish weighed as much as 344 pounds. It made everyone present extremely delighted, especially Braden's eldest daughter. She knew that her father could buy her a new bag. After removing the core and the fishtail meat, the purchaser carefully examined the quality of the fish meat. Think the meat is rich and delicious. The core color is bright. The overall quality is superior. Willing to acquire at $16 per pound. Combine the weight of the tuna. They finally made a profit of $5,504. The people on the Fishing Mania ship, looking up at the bright moon in the night sky, I feel a little sad. Having participated in the competition for such a long time, I witnessed the moonlight on the sea for the first time. However, this has a positive influence on them. Several people's desire for fish grew stronger and stronger, especially when the detector moves. The fishing rod in Billen's hand began to tremble. Realized that a tuna has bitten the hook. The people on the ship became excited immediately. Nothing was gained during the day. Now I can only gaze at the moon and miss home. Billen was even more furious. However, suddenly the fishing line broke. The speed is incredibly fast. Greg was completely stunned. After Dave learned about their experience, it's a pity that fishing has been particularly tough this year. It was not easy for a fish to take the bait, but she fled in an instant. This made Dave and the others panic involuntarily. I'm afraid that I might encounter such a situation. After all, the money earned is only enough to cover the cost of going to sea. It is almost impossible to pay the salary. Sandro listened to the sound of the detector. Be sure that the tuna is within reach. The fishing rod was also bent at this moment. Several people rushed onto the deck quickly. Start a fierce battle with tuna. Sandro is holding the fishing rod. It seems that this fish is somewhat abnormal. It's extremely easy to pull. When Sandro pulled the fish out of the water, when Paul was about to stab, but it was found that the fish had run to the bottom of the boat. This made everyone extremely angry. Sandro stepped up his efforts again. Pull the fish back to the surface of the sea soon. Seeing the opportunity, Paul threw the harpoon resolutely. After hitting the target, quickly put on the rope. After catching this tuna, they can finally go home. As they pulled the fish onto the boat, the tuna was measured to be as long as 99 inches. It was just a little short of breaking the 100-inch mark. At this time, the windmill returned to the port, starts selling tuna. After handing over the fish to the buyer, it was found that this fish had scars on its body. But Taylor was lucky. The wound is mainly on the tail. It has not affected the value of tuna. After cutting off the useless parts, this fish still weighs as much as 461 pounds. The sliced fish meat has a rather attractive appearance. The color and fat are both quite excellent. However, the core is slightly inferior. It can only be acquired at $15 per pound. Finally, $6,915 was earned. With the arrival of a new day, everyone set sail again and continued fishing. However, Nick has been running around for a long time, but the tuna has never been seen. Doubts arose in my heart, so I found Greg and asked about the situation. But no good news was received either. It seems that one still has to rely on one's own efforts. At this point, the Tuna Network number returned to the port, starts selling the fish caught last night. The acquirer quickly cut off the useless parts. The tuna weighed as much as 520 pounds. This weight is truly rare. Next comes the inspection of the fish meat. Scott looked at the meat in front of him. It is considered to have bright colors and rich fat. The core part is also of quite high quality. The overall quality is undoubtedly the best this year. Willing to acquire at $22 per pound. Such a unit price makes the three of them. A total of $11,440 was earned. It's equivalent to the reward of 2 fish for others, despite losing a day of fishing time. But this generous remuneration is sufficient to make up for it. Zach of the Rocket led the crew, arrived at an excellent place. Yesterday, they found a large amount of tuna here, although it is difficult to find that group of fish now. But Zach firmly believed that they were not far away. As long as you search carefully, you're sure to make some discoveries. Sure enough, his detector soon showed signs of movement. Traces of tuna appeared nearby. It seems that there is more than one fish. After Zach quickly brought the ship to a steady stop, the fish hook has been bitten by the tuna. Daniel started immediately. Compete with tuna. Witnessed the fishing line leaking out rapidly. It is determined that this is a big fish. Such precious prey. Daniel was eager to catch it and board the ship. But one can't be too hasty at the moment. The fishing line needs to be retracted slowly. One can't help but admire their cunning. The tuna was actually pulled to the surface of the sea. I haven't had time to react yet. Then the tuna was clearly seen from the ship. Sean beside is holding a harpoon. Start the standard aiming. Seeing the tuna within reach, he thrust out the harpoon sharply. After successfully hitting the target, control quickly with a fishtail hook. Pull up the fishtail and tie a rope to it. It was natural to catch this fish. The gap waiting for the tuna to cool down. Daniel excitedly kissed the puppy. After towing the tuna onto the boat, the measurement found that this fish was 92 inches long. It is indeed a fat and delicious big fish. After Greg heard that they had caught fish, when in a complicated mood, find someone to confide in. Tell about one's own difficult days. Although the companions he found were in a similar situation, but still slightly better. After all, not everyone is like him. As soon as a tuna was hooked, it ran away. When the rocket returns to the dock, after a brief exchange of greetings with the acquirer, then the caught tuna was handed over. The process of cutting and weighing fish before starting to sell. It is learned that this fish weighs as much as 308 pounds. The three of them still couldn't hide their joy, although it is not as huge as the one the day before yesterday. But as long as the quality of the fish meat is excellent, this gap is nothing to worry about. The buyer examined the fish before him. It feels like they are quite lucky. This fish is rich in fat. It's just that the color is slightly inferior. Fortunately, the core looks good. It can be sold at a unit price of $19. It enabled them to earn $5,852. This remuneration seems a little low. It seems that the weight of the fish is of vital importance. The captain of the fishing mania, Greg. Suddenly, I felt that I was having bad luck. No matter what you have been doing recently. Ultimately, none of them succeeded. This gave him a headache. It can't possibly be the technical problem of those two people. After all, we have been cooperating for many years. Know each other like the back of the hand. At this moment, his detector rang. Tuna appeared nearby. Greg immediately asked everyone to be on guard. Suddenly, the line of one of the fishing rods flew out rapidly. Obviously, some fish have taken the bait. Villain immediately stepped forward and grabbed the fishing rod. First, let the fish swim for a while. The main problem is that it is not certain which kind of fish will be hooked. After all, there are sharks in this sea area. Often appears at night. If it's a shark, then all the previous efforts will be in vain. As he began to retrieve the fishing line, it has been confirmed that this is a tuna. Then he quickened the movement in his hand. The effect is also very remarkable. The fish was soon pulled to the surface of the sea. After Dirty picked up the harpoon, gazed at the approaching tuna. He thrust it in resolutely. Look at the tuna struggling in the sea. Greg was a little restless on the ship, but it was Dirty again. The tuna finally stopped moving. His heart calmed down accordingly. Villain pulled the tuna to the side of the boat. Tie it up quickly. Next, just wait for the fish body to cool down, although it takes a little longer. From night until dawn, when they towed the tuna onto the boat, measurement revealed that the fish was 92 inches long. Several people felt that their hard work during this period had been rewarded. Wealth is about to be obtained. Who could fail to feel delighted? After returning to the port, send the tuna to the processing area quickly. Start cutting off the useless parts. There were 348 pounds of remaining fish meat after weighing. Next, the quality of the fish will determine everything. The buyer looked at the tuna in front of him. It indicates that its appearance is not as good as the previous one. The overall quality is slightly inferior, but the core part is acceptable. The unit price can be increased to some extent. Give $14 per pound. It seems that this tuna is really not satisfactory. It only brought them $4,872. After these 2 days of intense competition, the Tuna Net account has tens of thousands of dollars worth of fish, successfully ascended to the championship throne. I just don't know how long I can stay in this position. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. This job is simply the most amazing one in the world. Imagine the next fish swimming freely in the sea. Suddenly, 2 villains lured them away with bait. Play a seesaw battle with the carbon fiber fishing rod in your hand. After more than an hour of intense competition, successfully boarded the ship and obtained the spoils. This huge fellow is 2 and 8 meters long. It has actually become a hot commodity among middlemen. Someone is willing to offer $10,980 to buy it. It's really incredible. Isn't this just like Wong Ba falling in love with mung beans? Who would refuse such a job? With the arrival of a new day, Paul from the Tuna Network account brought bad news. His beloved father is about to pass away. Originally, Paul thought that after a year of treatment, father's condition will improve. However, the news from his elder brother last night, but it shattered his hope. The father who led him into this line of work. In the end, he or she still passed away. Greg from the Fishing Mania learned the sad news of Paul. He left his hometown and came here to make a living. I never expected to suffer such a blow. Taylor and OTT soon heard about it too, although I can't fully understand Paul's feelings. But I still feel deeply sad for him. The medical expenses earned by leaving one's hometown. In the end, it was of no avail. Greg led the crew to start fishing. Hope to catch tuna as soon as possible, so as to return to visit one's father as soon as possible. The 2 crew members on the hot tuna looking at the seabirds on the sea surface. Realize that this is an excellent fishing spot. As long as signs of life are found on the sea, there's an 80% probability that tuna will appear. However, surprisingly, their detector didn't go off. Instead, the detector on Greg's side rang. This situation is rather strange. Suddenly, the fishing rod in front of Jarrett bent, and there are two poles. Even if there are some surprises, the impact is not significant. Suddenly, the fishing line of one of the rods broke suddenly. Fortunately, there is still a fish in hand. Move the pole behind the stern. Jarrett became excited as well, especially the tactile sensation coming from a hand. The one who takes the bait must be a big fish. It seems that the fish is not running away. Instead, he was eating leisurely. But when you think about it, it makes sense. Tuna has almost no resistance to bluefish. OTT gazed at the scene before him. This excellent location was informed to everyone. Greg set off immediately upon hearing this. Look back at the hot tuna again. At this time, the schools of blue fish on the sea surface had dispersed. Only the tuna is leaping on the water surface. Greg listened to OTT's description of a lively scene. Can't help feeling a headache. Why did I wait the whole morning but still get nothing? Fortunately, there are only 4 miles left to OTT. Look back at Jarrett, who is fishing again. The situation here remains the same. Jarrett is still struggling to pull the tuna. However, at this time, the blue fish appeared again. It undoubtedly adds difficulty to Jarrett. Alas, it seems that there are ships ahead of Jarrett. It turned out that Greg came by boat. He observed the situation of the sea surface, suddenly become extremely excited. Unexpectedly, OTT's fish were actually running away, and the scene was indeed very lively. Greg immediately directed everyone to move. Be sure to seize this rare opportunity. After all, such a scene is not common. Suddenly, their fishing rods bent. A tuna bit the hook, and it's two. It seems that there is indeed an abundance of tuna here. Once hooked, they come in pairs. Everyone quickly ran onto the deck. Start fighting with the tuna. Their luck is really good. As soon as we arrived here, a fish took the bait. And there was also good news from OTT's side. The tuna has been pulled to the surface of the sea and quickly approached the side of the ship. OTT picked up the harpoon beside him, stabbed the tuna resolutely. Seeing this, Jalater picked up the fishtail hook beside him. Control the tuna that is still struggling, and tie it firmly with a rope. OTT's gaze fell on the tuna at the stern of the boat. Excitedly find Greg to show off. After OTT pulled the tuna onto the boat, the fish was measured to be 107 inches long. There is no doubt that this is the biggest fish they have caught. As for how much it can eventually be sold for, I have no idea. Look at Greg beside again. Billin is still trying hard, but the tuna was not caught. But good news followed. The tuna has floated to the surface of the sea. The figures of the fish could be clearly seen from the boat. Dirty quickly picked up the harpoon. Aiming at the target, he plunged down suddenly. After successfully hitting the target, quickly control the fish beside the boat and fix it firmly with a rope. The three couldn't wait to pull the fish onto the deck. The length of the tuna was measured to be 95 inches. Night fell, and the hot tuna returned to the port. The huge fish they will catch. Send it to the acquirer. After removing the useless parts, the tuna still weighs as much as 493 pounds. The weight corresponding to this body length is slightly insufficient. But if the quality of the fish meat is excellent, one can make a lot of money. The buyer looked at the fish in front of him. It is believed that the tail meat has a bright color. The fat content is slightly low, but the core part looks fine. The final unit price is $16. It enabled them to earn $7,888. Meanwhile, the members of the rocket, I have also gone fishing at sea, although the departure time was relatively late. Zach, however, firmly believes that there will be gains tonight. However, at this moment, there is inevitably some torment in my heart. Others are already enjoying delicious food, but I myself am still drifting on the sea. Suddenly, the fishing rod in front of me bent sharply. Apparently, a tuna bit the hook. Zach grabbed it immediately. Start fighting the tuna. Why not let the main angler Daniel go? Suddenly, he felt the hooked fish. It seems not to be tuna. At this moment, the only option is to pull the fish out first before making a decision. As ripples spread on the water surface, a fish emerged. The originally cheerful expressions of several people. Instantly, he became frowning. It turned out that the one who took the hook was actually a shark. The luck is really bad. Meanwhile, the fishing mania also arrived at the buyer's place. As they delivered the fish up, the useless parts are removed quickly. Finally, this fish weighed 411 pounds. This weight made several people extremely delighted. As long as the quality of this fish is superior, they are sure to make a fortune. The buyer examined the fish before him. It feels almost the same as Otto's. The quality is not top-notch, but the core part is still good. It can offer a price of $16 per pound. Let them earn $6,576. At this time, several people from the Tuna Network account. Preparations before work are underway. Dave decided today, go fishing in areas with higher water temperatures. After all, tuna prefers such waters. Paul is eager to catch a fish at the moment. It would be best if it were a big fish over 100 inches. The tuna tail cut in this way. Only then will it appear huge. As the sun rises slowly, Bobby was in a rather low mood. However, the season has been going on for a long time, but I only caught 2 tunas myself. To be honest, I was a little surprised. Bobby was so angry that he began to cough. Suddenly, he discovered the detector in front of him. The figure of the tuna emerged. The fishing rod also showed obvious movements. Several people were immediately extremely excited. Braden quickly stepped forward and grasped the fishing rod. Start to recycle the fishing line that has been pulled away. Bobby looked at Braden, who was working hard. Hope he can make more efforts. After all, Bobby's illness is quite serious. As long as tuna is caught, then one can return home immediately to recuperate. Braden is indeed doing his best. The movements in the hand never stopped for a moment. However, his physical strength is approaching its limit. Seeing this, Bobby had no choice but to take over. But just at this moment, he discovered the tuna seems to have run away. As the fishing line was easily retracted, confirmed that the tuna has indeed run away. To be honest, this luck is a bit bad. Paul from the Tuna Network, after learning about Bobby's situation, he took out his secret weapon. That is the special fish hook in the hand. As long as the tuna bites the hook, make sure it has nowhere to escape. Taylor of the Windmill. In the competitions of the past few years, it has consistently ranked among the top. But this season is quite different. It has now dropped to the bottom. This gave Taylor a big headache. Why can't I always find tuna? Just when he was frowning, the detector in front of us suddenly beeped. Taylor was startled, instantly became serious. Keep a close eye on the fishing rod at the stern. The fishing line flew out rapidly in front of his eyes, after passing its own coordinates. Get ready to fight the tuna immediately. Taylor is really kind-hearted, even if a fierce battle with tuna is about to take place. And didn't forget to inform others of this fishing spot. Taylor moved the fishing rod behind the stern. Marissa also officially joined the battle. After several minutes of intense pulling, it was found that the strength of this fish was extremely powerful. The size of tuna seems rather large, but Marissa doesn't think these are problems. Let the tuna swim for a while first, to consume the physical strength of this fish. Although Marissa pulled the fish a few meters closer, but most of her physical strength has also been exhausted. Seeing this, Taylor quickly took over. After pulling for a while, he found that the tuna was only 30 meters away from him. However, this tiny gap, it actually took an hour. I didn't expect this fish to be so strong. Their contest, it attracted the attention of the small shell number. Witness Taylor's busy figure. They decided to look for fishing spots nearby. Wait patiently for the beloved tuna to show up. Let's take a look at the situation on Taylor's side again. Marissa found after checking the detector. This tuna is still some distance away. It seems that Taylor's skills still need to be improved. Sure enough, after 1 hour and 40 minutes of hard work, Taylor just pulled the tuna to the side of the boat. I really didn't expect this fish to be so tenacious. Facing the tuna that is still struggling, Taylor quickly picked up the harpoon. Stand aside and aim. Suddenly stab at the target. However, it missed. Instead, it allowed the tuna to escape. One has to look for the target again. It has been 2 hours like this. Fortunately, the efforts eventually paid off. Taylor clenched the harpoon again. Aim at the tuna and stab it fiercely. After hooking the fish tail, Marissa quickly took the rope and tied it tightly. When the tuna cools down, the two worked together to pull him onto the deck. Looking at this huge fish, it was measured that the tuna was as long as 111 inches. It is indeed a huge fat fish. When they returned to the port, after a brief conversation with the acquirer, then the tuna was sent over quickly. After removing the useless parts, the tuna weighs only 732 pounds left. Wow, this fish is so heavy. As long as the quality is not too bad, this won't earn tens of thousands of dollars. The buyer examined the fish before him. I sighed inwardly that the two of them were extremely lucky. Marbled patterns are faintly visible in the meat. The core part is also quite excellent. It's just a little more fat. The final price is $15 per pound. Even so, it still earned $10,980. Several people from the Tuna Network, still immersed in a sad atmosphere. Paul's depression is obvious. It continuously influences the other two. The night passed slowly. Dave feels a bit unlucky, so they went to Greg and OTT, looking forward to good news. However, there was no good news for them. On the contrary, it's on my own side. A glimmer of good luck has arrived. The detector in front of us has changed. Nick, OTT, and Greg, they have also all seen a turning point. This situation is rather strange. While everyone was waiting anxiously, the fishing rod on Dave's boat moved. Sandro was instantly excited. Step forward immediately and steady the fishing rod. Start fighting with the tuna. According to the feedback from the fishing rod, this tuna is huge in size. It is about 100 inches. After more than 10 minutes of intense confrontation, Sandro actually pulled the fish up more than 20 meters. Tuna also travels at a speed of 2 or 3 meters per minute. Approach quickly towards the sea surface. When its figure appears, everyone became more and more excited. Paul hurriedly grabbed the harpoon beside him and stabbed it down rapidly. Sandro picked up the fishtail hook. Immediately, he stepped forward to control the tuna. Dave quickly tied it up firmly with a rope. They succeeded in catching this fish. The three of them will be able to return home soon. After Dave spread the news, OTT and Nick felt frustrated. I didn't expect to have gained so soon. While waiting for the tuna to cool down, they thought of Paul's father again. But now is not the time to miss. After pulling the tuna onto the ship, it was measured immediately. It was found that this fish was as long as 93 inches. Although Sandro misestimated the size, but this didn't cause too much influence. This fish is still very large. When they returned to the port, deliver the fish to the buyer promptly. Paul asked Scott for the fishtail. I hope it can serve as a memorial to my father, as he cut out the core part and removed the useless parts. Finally, this fish weighed 337 pounds. Next comes the inspection of the fish meat. The buyer examined the fish before him. It is considered to have bright colors and rich fat. The core part is also very beautiful. Be able to offer a unit price of $20. If the weight of the tuna were a little higher, perhaps the profit is more than $6,740. You can definitely get a reward of tens of thousands. Otherwise, the championship wouldn't have been taken away by the windmill. It dropped to the second place. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. On that peaceful sea surface, tuna is simply the most dazzling star. They caught one after only 1 hour at sea. The huge creature that is as long as 2 meters is extremely exciting. Such a big tuna is simply a treasure. When the middleman saw this, he threw out $8,025, snatched this bluefin tuna away, just like finding the longed-for treasure. This kind of wonderful thing that fills the wallet. I guess no one can refuse. The season is already halfway through now. Greg and Dave were extremely anxious in their hearts. Both of them have held the championship throne. Now, however, I can only watch helplessly as others take it away. They are eager to regain their glory. So it was decided to walk hand in hand. Search for the traces of Tuna. As a close friend, if one side discovers Tuna, it is certain to inform the other party. However, whether this move can succeed is still unknown. After all, the prerequisite is to find a group of Tuna. Let's take a look at Nick from the small shell again. He can be said to have had bad luck. In this fierce competition, it has always lingered at the end. He regretted his rashness at that time. Leaked the location of the discovered Tuna. Nowadays, there are frequent schools of fish there, but it was difficult for him to gain anything again. Even Dave failed to bring any return. As the sky gradually brightened, Nick and Taylor decided to join forces. Obviously, time is pressing. It forced them all to make changes. The fishing spot chosen by Taylor. It was precisely the place where he had many bountiful harvests. And the captain of the tuna net, Dave. I have a headache at the moment. More than 2 hours have passed. The tuna, however, was nowhere to be found. Even Greg's side got nothing. The two couldn't help mocking themselves as clowns. Wonder why Tuna tease people like this. After the call ends, the detector in front of Dave moved. It seems that there are quite a lot of fish. He informed everyone of the news immediately. Prepare to consolidate the cooperative relationship between each other. After a long wait of more than 10 minutes, the fishing rod finally bit. Apparently, the tuna bit the hook. Several people rushed towards the deck quickly. Start the battle with the tuna. When Sandro was pulling the fish, I felt that this battle was surprisingly easy. It was just the disturbance of the waves that bothered him quite a lot. After Taylor witnessed their situation, I couldn't help feeling a bit down in my heart. Why doesn't that fish land on its fishing rod? Of course, he is not the only one who envies. Let's take a look at the situation on Dave's side. Their progress is extremely rapid. The tuna has surfaced. After Sandro saw this fish, the efforts were immediately intensified, although there is still some distance. But the gap is not big. Just hold on for a little longer. Then the fish can be pulled close to the front. When Paul picked up the harpoon beside him, the tuna also swam precisely to the side of the boat. After aiming at the target, he stabbed it resolutely. Dave saw the tuna being hit. Pick up the fishtail hook quickly. Control the tuna that is still struggling. Sandro also took the opportunity to tie a rope. Looking at the fish floating on the water surface, Captain Dave spread the good news immediately. This made Greg feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, we are all partners. As several people pulled the tuna onto the boat, look at this fat fish. It was measured that this fish was 103 inches long. The captain of the hot tuna, OTT. I couldn't help but sigh my bad luck in my heart. Even if working with Taylor, no trace of tuna was found either. This gave him the idea of cooperating with Dave. Suddenly, OTT's detector made a movement. The fishing line wheel at the stern turned rapidly. The fishing line was quickly pulled away by the tuna. Jarrett immediately took action to deal with it. Look at the fishing line pulled away by the tuna. I am well aware that this is a huge fish. Otherwise, it would never have been so rapid. This brought great pressure to Jarrett. The fishing line will break if one is not careful. It must be pulled slowly. Even release the tuna to escape when necessary. After half an hour of competition, the tuna finally surfaced. OTT quickly picked up the harpoon. Aim at the target and shoot out suddenly. And control it firmly with a fishtail hook. Unexpectedly, this fish didn't struggle at all. Be obediently tied with a fixing rope. After the tuna cools down, can't wait to pull it onto the boat. The fish was measured to be exactly 100 inches. Not only is it long, but also plump. It seems that they can make a fortune again. How could this not make people envious and jealous? At this time, the Tuna Network account and the Fishing Mania account, they are advancing side by side. It's just that Dave and Paul are a little unkind. He actually covered his mouth and nose with a tissue. Could Bobby be so far away from you? Could the disease still be passed on to you? This made Bobby extremely uncomfortable. I simply took off my pants and faced them with my bottom, although it was censored by the program team. But some white can still be seen. It seems that this person takes good care of himself in daily life. After others learn to their prank, I can't help but be completely in awe, especially the admiration for Bobby. He is basically at the bottom now. It's still able to maintain such a good state of mind. At this time, the detector on the windmill ship, a beeping alarm sound was emitted. The two knew that Tuna had appeared. Sure enough, the fishing rod moved. Taylor rushed onto the deck quickly, put away the other extra fishing rods, and let the tuna escape first. Listen to the whistling sound of the fishing line flying out. The two of them were extremely anxious, worried that this fish swam too far. When fighting with the tuna later, the fishing line may be worn out. Marissa took the stage to have a fierce battle with the tuna. Until an hour later. Only then has significant progress been made. The tuna was pulled down to just over 10 meters. However, danger often descends at this moment. Hope Marissa can be careful. Fishing has lasted for 2 hours. Taylor's worried heart finally settled down. It's at this critical juncture. The tuna must be exhausted. Just follow the normal process. It is certain that the fish can be caught on the boat. However, the fishing line suddenly broke. Taylor froze for a moment. The situation was very good just now. Unexpectedly, it vanished in an instant. The Tuna Network number returns to the port. Start selling today's fish. As long as the quality of this fish is acceptable, we are sure to regain the first place. After learning that the tuna weighed 506 pounds, the fish meat was inspected immediately. This is the most thrilling moment. The buyer examined the fish before him, praised its bright and vivid color. However, the fat content is slightly lower and the core area is not as good. The overall performance was not satisfactory. However, a unit price of $12 can still be offered. It brought a profit of $6,072 to 3 people. If it weren't for this tuna being heavy enough, their income today will be greatly discounted. Soon OTT also arrived at the port. Deliver the fish to the buyer quickly. She immediately removed the useless parts. In the end, the fish weighed only 376 pounds. Their fish are a little lighter. The buyer examined the fish in front of him. It is thought to be bright red in color with a hint of fat, but the core part is not satisfactory. This is undoubtedly a big blunder. Therefore, only a unit price of $13 can be given, although the unit price is higher than Dave's. But in the end, only $4,888 was earned. Unfortunately, their fish are not heavy enough. When time crosses 12 o'clock in the morning, everyone went fishing at sea again. Nick, Greg, and Dave chose to cooperate, but so far they haven't found a fishing spot. Still drifting at sea, only some routine work can be carried out. They were staring at the detector in front of them. Make bait on the deck, and be vigilant against possible tuna attacks. Time passed slowly like this, until Nick's fishing line suddenly ran away. A tuna bit the fish hook. Greg's fishing rod is also bent. Several people took action immediately. However, the situation is slightly awkward, because in the entire cooperative team, only Dave hasn't hooked the tuna yet. Looking at the fish that finally took the bait, Greg kept reminding to be careful, afraid that this tuna would escape. However, Nick's situation is not very optimistic. The fishing rod has been trembling. It seems as if it could break at any moment. However, the tuna has surfaced. Brandon could see the fish from the boat. This made several people extremely excited. The same is true for Greg's side. They also saw tuna. Seeing this, Dirty immediately picked up the harpoon. Stand aside and aim. Be ready to deliver a fatal blow to the tuna at any time. When the first harpoon pierces out, brush past the tuna. At this moment, Dirty also threw a shot. After successfully hitting the target, quickly pull the cooled fish onto the boat. Look at this fish with a huge head. They made the measurement immediately. However, it was found that its length was only 99 inches. This situation is a little awkward. It was only 1 inch short of reaching 100. Let's take a look at Nick's side again. They have also made remarkable progress. Not only did the fishing rod not break, the tuna also surfaced from the sea. This made everyone extremely delighted. Immediately pick up the harpoon on the side. Dive decisively at the tuna. With the control of the fishtail hook, tie the rope skillfully. Unexpectedly, overnight, surprisingly, 2 ships caught tuna. As they put the fish on the deck, this fish is measured to be as long as 109 inches. At dawn, the fishing mania arrived at the port. Start selling tuna. Quickly send the tuna ashore. The acquirer promptly eliminates the useless parts. Finally, the net weight of this fish was 521 pounds. The fish meat has a good color. The fat distribution is uniform. The core part is also quite beautiful. It can be acquired at $15 per pound. Bring them $7,815. They really made a fortune this time. Dave from the Tuna Network. From last night until now, with my partner Bobby, not a single tuna has been found all along. This troubles them quite a lot. The two came to the area where there were fish last night. But why is there no movement now? Dave looked worried. Stand on the deck and look out at the sea. Suddenly, the fishing rod in front of me bent. This scene gave Dave a fright. I never expected there to be an unexpected joy. The situation on their side. It was noticed by Taylor not far away. I can't help but wonder what these two people are thinking. After Sandro took the fishing rod, start collecting the fishing line immediately. But the progress is not ideal. Fortunately, the tuna is located at a depth of 70 meters underwater. Just pull steadily. The tuna is sure to be successfully towed onto the ship. After 30 minutes of competition, a bright spot was found on the sea surface. It was the trace of tuna. Several people were instantly excited. However, at this moment, the tuna suddenly fled. The fishing line broke as well. All three were stunned. It's truly a case of extreme joy leading to sorrow. At this time, Nick returned to the port. Their speed is a little slow. After finding the acquirer, the fish was handed over quickly. After fine processing by the cutting machine, this fish weighs 535 pounds left. After removing the core and the fishtail meat, the acquirer began to examine carefully. The color is bright and the meat is oily and tender. But the core part is not satisfactory. Only a unit price of $15 can be offered. However, it still earned $8,025. Captain Taylor of the windmill. After learning that Dave had lost the tuna, I couldn't help feeling a bit secretly delighted. Now there's another chance to get closer. It is even possible to surpass him. After all, Dave caught a fish yesterday. This is a crucial moment. It's just that the waiting time was a bit long. Suddenly, the detector responded. The two of them were immediately filled with excitement. The fishing rod also began to move at this moment. Taylor rushed towards the deck quickly. Hold the fishing rod in your hand tightly. Marissa was collecting other poles beside her. As he firmly controlled the fishing rod, Taylor promptly reported the coordinates. And the busy Marissa, I feel that this fish is astonishingly powerful. It is by no means that ordinary tuna must be huge in size. Let her recycle the fishing line operation. It became extremely difficult. The fishing rod was almost bent at a 90-degree angle, although the pole is in poor condition. But the effect was rather ideal. The tuna has swam to the side of the boat, although it is some distance from the sea surface. But it also lifted the spirits of the two. Taylor quickly grabbed the harpoon beside him. Stand beside Marissa, waiting for an opportunity to act. I saw the tuna float up slowly. He immediately raised his fork and aimed. However, the tuna was not willing to accept it, still struggling hard in the water. How could Marissa let it succeed so easily? When the tuna resurfaces again, Taylor stabbed resolutely. Watching the tuna drift feebly, they quickly controlled it beside the ship and tie it firmly with a fixing rope, although the tuna is still struggling. But everything is in vain. When the tuna gradually cools down, Then the fish was pulled onto the boat. Facing this plump tuna, measurements were made immediately. However, tuna is only 77 inches long. It can be regarded as the smallest one of this season. They sailed for several hours. Finally arrived at the port. Moor the windmill safely. Send the tuna ashore quickly. Let the acquirer eliminate the useless parts. Finally, the net weight of this fish was 183 pounds. Although it was within the range estimated by the two, but still felt a little lost. The buyer examined the fish before him. Think the quality of this fish is not good. If the core part is of high quality, it's acceptable. It's a pity that I didn't get what I wanted. Ultimately, only a unit price of $6 was given. It enabled two people to profit $1,098. It's really a pity. If the meat of this fish is of superior quality, perhaps it can solidify the position of the champion. It won't be snatched the championship by Dave for $2,000. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. Do you want to get rich by fishing for tuna? Then you have to have excellent luck. Otherwise, look at what happened to him. We went out to sea for 3 days, but didn't catch a single tuna. Worse still, the lifeboat started unexpectedly. Now, we can't even get out of the sea from now on. What if one is extremely lucky? Perhaps a fish can be caught in these 3 days. Earn more than $20,000 easily. As long as you have full confidence in yourself. It is definitely among the world's richest people. Bobby was dissatisfied with the bottom ranking. They won the championship in one fell swoop last year. However, since the start of this season until now, only 2 tunas were caught. This is a little embarrassing for them. Nowadays, all efforts must be made to reverse the decline. OTT is not satisfied with the current configuration. Jared has been dogged by trivial matters at home recently. I can only go out to sea with Tim to chase tuna. Jarrett's temporary departure. It's because my grandmother had an unexpected situation. He must rush home to cook. Taylor of the windmill looked into the distance at OTT. It is concluded that they will gain nothing today, although the reason is unknown. But I feel the same way. After all, their main fishing force is absent. At this moment, Taylor's detector suddenly made a move. Apparently, tuna has appeared. The two immediately eyed the deck warily. Be ready to deal with a sudden attack of tuna at any time. Suddenly, the fishing rod bent. Marissa stepped forward quickly, hold the pole tightly, and start to return the line. Meanwhile, not far away is the hot tuna. Tuna was also discovered, and as soon as they appear, there are 2. Marissa felt rather helpless at the moment. I wonder in my heart why the waves keep coming. So helpless that I couldn't help laughing. But she didn't stop to reply. As a result, the tuna surfaced. Although there is still a distance, it is just around the corner. Look at OTT's side again. They haven't encountered any accidents at present, still striving to return to the line. However, when they finally caught the fish, but I was quite disappointed that it turned out to be yellowfin tuna. Fortunately, it can still be served as dinner. Turn to Taylor again. The figure of the tuna can be seen clearly. Taylor aimed at the target with a harpoon in hand. Although the fish is still struggling, it is of no avail. Suddenly, Taylor made a sudden attack. Hit the head of the tuna with one blow. Control the fish behind with the help of a fishtail hook. Tie the fixing rope quickly. Today's harvest is now in hand. As the tuna was pulled onto the ship, the 2 people made the measurement immediately. This is a fish as long as 95 inches. The luck is so good that there's nothing more to say. Greg from the Fishing Mania, and several other people from the Tuna Net. After learning about the fish that OTT caught, show no regard for friendship. Just go around and make fun of it. Oh my God, there are actually bad people among the masses. But Bobby was absent-minded at the moment. They earn really too little money. My mind is full of tuna. Even the wife can't be in my mind. It feels like he continues like this. I'm afraid I'll really suffer from depression. Captain Zach of the rocket. Gallop across the sea with the crew. Search for traces of tuna. It has to be said that his luck is quite good. The detector in front of me suddenly rang. A large group of tuna appeared nearby, and Bobby not far away was the same. It's just that his luck is far less than Zach's. The fishing rod by the side of the boat is bent. Sean stepped forward immediately to control. After Daniel takes over, he just stood aside and watched the battle. After Daniel caught the fishing rod, it was found that this fish was extremely strong. The escape speed is extremely fast, but this is even more challenging. Half an hour after the fishing began, Daniel has made remarkable progress. The tuna has been pulled to the side of the ship, but this guy tried to approach the engine. Daniel was startled. It actually wanted to cut the fishing line by doing so, but in the end, he still managed to pull it away successfully. Just at the moment this fish appeared, it was found that this was a big-eyed tuna. This made them can't help feeling a little disappointed. Fortunately, this fish can still be sold. It's just that the remuneration received is relatively small. At this time, Taylor returned to the port. Find a buyer to sell this fish. Looking at this fat fish, Taylor's heart was filled with joy. It is expected to be sold at a good price. After eliminating the useless parts, there are still 399 pounds of tuna left. Remove the core and the fishtail meat. The buyer examined the fish before him. It is thought that the color and fat are slightly insufficient. Fortunately, the core part is still good. It can enhance the overall value of this fish. Therefore, the quotation is $13 per pound. You haven't improved much either. Nevertheless, $5,187 was still earned. The captain of the hot tuna, OTT. It feels a bit strenuous without Jarrett. Suddenly, the fishing reel was bitten by the tuna. Tim rushed out immediately. OTT controlled the speed of the ship. However, one operation was careless. Something unexpected happened on Tim's side. It seems that tuna rely on the speed of the ship, broke the fishing line. After OTT informed Tim of the reason, I can't help feeling a bit helpless. After the news spread, Nick immediately sneered. Unexpectedly, after losing Jarrett, OTT, there should be frequent problems. However, his situation is not optimistic either. No tuna was found all morning. This made Cliff simply take off his clothes. I think there might be no fish to catch. Nick hasn't had such an idea yet. How could you have such an idea first? Suddenly their fishing rods bent. Now Cliff's clothes were taken off in vain. It can only be casually placed aside. Nick held the fishing reel tightly. Perceived that this was a big fish. It seems that the strength is a bit weak. If it weren't for just catching a glimpse of the fish, I hardly want to pull the tuna back again. But perhaps it is just accumulating strength. Prepare to launch a surprise attack at an opportune moment. Break the fishing line. So it was decided to slowly retract the fishing line. The effect is quite remarkable. The tuna has swam to the side of the boat. Brian is holding a harpoon. Aim at the target and wait for the right moment. After witnessing the figure of the tuna, Brian acted resolutely. One hit quickly brought the fish under control. Signal others to tie it firmly with a rope. Successfully caught one's own prey. When Nick spread the news, OTT felt extremely frustrated. The eyes have changed as Nick and the others dragged the fish onto the boat. The tuna was measured to be as long as 105 inches. After Bobby learned that Xiaoku had caught tuna, I can't help feeling a bit anxious about going out to sea for several days. Others can go home and rest almost every day. But I've been drifting at sea all along. Just when he was frowning, the lifeboat on the ship was triggered unexpectedly. It has drifted to the back of the boat. Everyone hurriedly stepped forward to pull it back. In case of real danger, lack of life-saving tools. However, misfortunes never come singly. Drew was injured again at this moment. The situation at sea occurs frequently. Fortunately, the injury was not serious and no bones were injured. After the bandaging is completed, one can only wait for it to heal by itself. But there is still a difficult problem at present. If there are no lifeboats on the ship, they would no longer be able to continue working at sea. One must stay at home. It will take at least 3 weeks to repack the lifeboats. By then, this season will have already ended. I wonder what Bobby will do in the end. At this point, Zayakiho found the acquirer. Start selling tuna. After sending the fish up, Scott quickly cut off the useless parts. In the end, The tuna weighed only 420 pounds. The weight is still considerable. Next comes the inspection of the quality of the fish meat. The buyer looked at the tuna in front of him. Indicates that the color is acceptable, but there is an overall lack of fat. The core part is also rather ordinary. Only a unit price of $13 can be given. Fortunately, the tuna has a good weight. Let them earn $5,460, so as not to let all the efforts go to waste. After the new day arrives, the captain of the hot tuna, OTT, so bored that I was intimate with the little dog in my hand. It seems that their luck is not good. Suddenly, the detector in front of me rang. There are fish nearby. OTT shook the fishing line. Try harder and harder to attract tuna. After several minutes of pulling, the effect is remarkable. Indeed, some fish bit the fishing line reel, although the specific types are still unclear. The two were still very excited and shouted loudly. As Tim stepped forward to take over, feel that this fish is extremely powerful. It is by no means a shark or any other fish. It must be the long-awaited tuna. After more than 20 minutes of competition, Tim retracted most of the fishing line that had been pulled away. Tuna have also been lifted to a height of more than 10 meters. However, this fish is still struggling. The two sides were once in a stalemate. But this situation didn't last long. As Tim intensifies his efforts, the tuna finally surfaced. OTT threw the harpoon quickly, pierced precisely into the head of the tuna. The two kept the fish by the side of the boat. Fix it firmly with a rope. It's really unexpected. They managed to catch this fish successfully. I originally thought they hadn't gone to sea for a long time. The technology has long been rusty. As they hauled the fish onto the boat, it was measured that this fish is as long as 109 inches. It almost reaches 110 inches. And Bobby and the others at the port receive help from Drew's friends. He borrowed a packed lifeboat so that they can go to sea again. The problem of continuing to go to sea has been solved. OTT returned to the port that night. Start selling today's tuna. After handing over the fish to the buyer, cut off the useless parts quickly. Look at the remaining 494 pounds of fish meat. I feel that I have gained quite a lot this time. As long as the quality of the fish meat is superior, then one can make a fortune. However, the reality is disappointing. This fish can hardly show any fat. The color is also too dark. The core performance that determines the key is ordinary. Only willing to offer $9 per pound, but still earned $4,446. This remuneration is still quite considerable. And on the fishing enthusiast on the sea, it has been decided not to return to the port tonight. However, there's still fishing rods on the deck. To prevent tuna from being hooked, Billen took out a can, put some items into the can, and tie it to the fishing line. In this way, once there are fish, pull the fishing line. The jar will make a sound. I don't know how long it has been. A fish bit the hook. The jar then made a noise, waking everyone up. It seems that this method is quite effective. Billen held the fishing rod tightly. It was found that this fish was astonishingly powerful. The fishing line was pulled out several hundred meters in a short time. If this tuna can be caught, you are sure to make a fortune. However, the tuna is rather unwell now, but it has nothing to do with them. The force in the hand has increased again. Soon the tuna was pulled to the surface of the sea. Looking at that blurry figure, Dirty quickly raised the harpoon and stabbed it down. After successfully hitting the target, control the fish that is trying to escape immediately. When the tuna appears by the side of the boat, he quickly picked up the fishtail hook and held it, and tied the fixing rope, although the tuna is still struggling to escape. But everything is in vain. As they pulled the tuna onto the deck, measurements were carried out immediately. Look at this fish, which is 102 inches long. They knew they could go home. After the dawn, they returned to the port. The tuna caught last night has begun to be sold. After the acquirer got this fish, the useless parts were cut off instantly. The fish weighed as much as 518 pounds. Next comes the inspection of the fish meat. Look at this beautiful meat. Just like marble patterns, the core part is even more glittering. Overall, the quality is extremely high. It can be acquired for $18. Let them earn 9,324 US dollars. Perhaps we can win the championship now. OTT of the hot tuna. At this moment, I think of Jared again. Without his assistance, pull the fishing line alone. I'm almost exhausted. It's just that I'm too lazy to move all day long. At this time, Tim brought a piece of good news. The detector detected traces of tuna. At this moment, the fishing line will also begin to move. The two of them took action immediately. Put away the rest of the fishing rods. After Tim caught the fishing line wheel, it was found that this fish was not light in weight. The fishing line was pulled away significantly. However, after these 2 days of competition, Tim figured out the habits of tuna, have understood the tricks of tuna's escape, and there were countermeasures. I saw the tuna rising continuously. Tim realized that victory was in sight, so he increased the force in his hand. Soon the tuna surfaced. OTT quickly held the harpoon, aim at the target, and stab fiercely. See that the tuna is still struggling. He picked up another pole and thrust it in again, as the tuna lay feebly on the water surface. Quickly control the fish beside the boat. But at this moment, OTT found a rope wrapped around his foot. Tim stepped forward to assist immediately, but all the efforts were in vain. OTT took off his shoes resolutely. Tie the rope firmly behind the fish tail. They got another tuna again. Watch the fish fly onto the boat. It was quickly measured that the fish was as long as 99 inches. Obviously, it's another big fish. On the way back, OTT called Jared. Ask him when he will come to help. After returning to the port, the two quickly sent the tuna for inspection. Looking at this fat fish, OTT can add another income today. It was seen that the net weight of the tuna was 485 pounds. He was overjoyed in his heart. However, the fish meat has not been inspected yet. Joy needs to be suppressed for the time being. The buyer examined the fish before him. It is thought to be rich in fat, but slightly inferior in color. Fortunately, the core part is extremely excellent. Willing to acquire at $17 per pound. They earned $8,245. After 3 days of fierce competition, the hot tuna suddenly jumped to second place. It's only a little over $2,000 short. Then the championship throne can be snatched from the fishing enthusiast. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. For fishing enthusiasts, how attractive is a bluefin tuna? I want to experience the thrill of a fierce fight with a fish. Are your blood boiling? Not to mention that the fish caught can be sold for money. A tuna over 2 meters long. It is sufficient to exchange for a return of more than 10,000 US dollars. To have such a rich harvest, I believe your wife won't object to your fishing anymore. There are only 2 weeks left in this season. The captain of the tuna net, Dave, regarding the current ranking, feel very satisfied. The income earned is also enough to squander for a while. However, who would complain about having too much money? He still expects to catch tuna. Therefore, everyone's mood is particularly cheerful at this moment. Even on the way to sea, some bananas were specially bought. On the hot tuna, Jarrett, who is nowhere to be seen during those days, also returned to the team. Their current position is rather awkward, ranked second on the list. It is only a little over $2,000 short of winning the championship. This made him rather agitated inside. And Bobby, this handsome young man, after more than half a season of bad luck, the heart has gradually become tough. No longer be irritable because of the lack of tuna. But I have the feeling that he is pretending, still craving for tuna. After circling around the sea for a long time, the detector suddenly rang. The fishing rod is also bending at this moment. Ryan quickly stepped forward to reel in the wire. But it was found that the one that had taken the hook was a yellowfin tuna. This made Bobby on the ship a little disappointed. I thought I could make a fortune today. After nightfall, Captain Zach of the Rocket, I feel that my luck has been bad recently. It's been nearly a week. No tuna was caught, although going to sea every day. But the tuna has never been seen. At this moment, Sean had a sudden inspiration. Take the lead block and let the little dog choose. After all, its role on the ship. It is the mascot. After the selection is completed, tie the lead block to the fishing line quickly. It seems that they have no other way. One can only rely on the metaphysics at the end of the world. However, surprisingly, this trick actually worked. The fishing line made a whooshing sound. A fish has taken the hook. After Zach held the fishing rod, immediately and crazily called back. According to the feedback sent back by the fishing rod, make sure this is a tuna. After the goal is clear, Daniel stepped forward quickly to assist. After his proficient operation, the tuna was pulled up several meters. It made Daniel see the figure of the fish, although the tuna struggled and fled again. But the fishing line didn't break. It is still possible to capture it. However, there are numerous ships nearby. It made several people feel uneasy. If the fishing line is cut by other ships when fleeing, then they would simply go crazy. Daniel immediately intensified his efforts. Half an hour has passed since the fishing time. With the cooperation of Daniel and Zach, they have made remarkable progress, although the tuna is still struggling. But all of this is in vain. As the tuna surfaced, Sean stabbed fiercely with a harpoon, although it was the first time to fail. But Daniel didn't let him escape. Sean aimed at the target and stabbed hard. Quickly control the fish that is still trying to escape. After tying the rope for fixation, looking at the tuna at the stern of the boat, the joy of several people was evident on their faces. I thought there would be no fish to catch today. I never expected to gain something in the end. After pulling the fish onto the boat, it was measured that this fish was as long as 96 inches. They will also be able to have a peaceful rest tomorrow. Several people on the small shell. It was found that there seemed to be quite a few mammals around. This made Cliff feel very uncomfortable. It's hard to catch fish as I wish tonight. On the Tuna website account, the crew listened to the signal of the detector. Deep down in their hearts, they felt this might be the predestined moment. It indicates that they will win this season. But can Dave seize this opportunity? After waiting for more than an hour, they are still standing on the deck. The tuna has yet to show up. Meanwhile, the detector of the small shell sent out an alarm. The fishing rod has also shown obvious bending. Brian reacted quickly and held the fishing rod tightly. The resting crew members got up one after another to offer assistance. As the battle unfolded, the movements gradually became chaotic from the initial chaos. The battle of the small shell is still ongoing. Let's look at Zach back at the port. After finding the acquirer of the wharf, he handed the fish over immediately. The other party removes the useless parts. The remaining tuna weighs as much as 319 pounds. This made them feel a little disappointed. However, if the quality of the fish meat is superior, the situation might be different. The buyer examined the fish meat. Think the color looks good, but the fat content is insufficient. The core part is also slightly inferior. It even failed to reach the average level. Therefore, only a unit price of $10 can be given. This enabled them to obtain a total of $3,190. Despite the meager income, but at least there was still some income. Let's turn our attention to the small shell again. They have been fighting for an hour. There is little time left for dawn. Fortunately, the tuna is still online. When Dave and OTT in the distance learn of the situation, decide to go and offer support immediately. Hope to catch fish there. Just as Dave was about to leave his original position, the fishing rod on the ship suddenly bent, although the cameraman failed to capture the crucial moment. But this did not have an impact on several people. Still hold the fishing rod tightly and pull the fishing line back. After Dave passed on the message, Bobby also learned the specific location, immediately set off for that place. Sandro is busy. It was found that this fish was not very strong. It is just suitable as a morning exercise. As for who will win, it is still unknown. According to Sandro's description, Tuna seems quite powerful. The speed of escape is comparable to that of a bullet, but is not as powerful as Sandro. It was still pulled out of the sea. Several people witnessed the moment when the fish jumped out of the sea, increased the intensity in hand again. But Dave had concerns. After all, A slight mistake could cause the fishing line to break. The situation on their side. It was noticed by Nick and others. I can't help but sigh at my poor skills. It's been so long, and the tuna still hasn't been pulled out of the water. Just when he was envying Dave. Not far away, Taylor was envious of him. You even began to envy each other from afar. I can't even earn that much money. Let's take a look at Sandro in the battle again. He had successfully pulled the tuna out of the water before. Nowadays, the fish are pulled even closer. Paul immediately picked up the harpoon, give a gentle poke to the target, and control it beside the ship. Let Sandro tie the rope. Looking at the tuna at the stern of the boat, they began to show off immediately. I wonder what others think either. And Nick and the others who have been fighting for a long time. It is still competing with tuna at this time. However, this fish has surfaced. Brian picked up the harpoon quickly. Stab at the target resolutely. Look at the tuna lying flat on the sea surface. They tied it up with ropes immediately. After successfully catching this fish, the news spread rapidly. 2 consecutive ships successfully caught fish. Greg began to feel nervous as Dave pulled the tuna onto the boat. It was measured that this fish is as long as 106 inches. Such a huge fish. It seems that they are about to make a huge profit. Meanwhile, Nick and others. The tuna was also pulled onto the ship. And this fish of theirs, it even reached 106 inches. The same size as Dave's fish. Bobby felt extremely unlucky at this moment. It was very difficult for a fish to bite the hook before. But it is yellowfin tuna. Worse still, not a single fish was found after that, just when they were feeling depressed. The fishing rod moved suddenly. Several people became excited instantly. However, they didn't expect that it was a shark that took the hook. And the shark just bit once and then left. Ryan excitedly retracted the fishing line, but found that there was nothing on it. Their smiles vanished instantly. At this point, the Tuna Network number returns to the port. Starts selling the gains of this time. As for how much can be earned, it is still unknown. Meanwhile, the small shell also arrived. It just stopped beside Dave. However, there's always a first come, first served. The buyer dealt with Dave's fish first. Finally, this fish weighed as much as 526 pounds. After cutting out the core and the fishtail meat, the buyer examined the fish meat carefully. Overall, the color and fat performance are good, but the core part is slightly inferior. Only a unit price of $16 can be offered. Enable them to earn $8,416. After Dave left, the acquirer turned to Nick's tuna. After learning about Dave's earnings, Nick couldn't help feeling a little flustered in his heart. I'm worried that this fish is not as good as theirs. However, his fish weighs as much as 485 pounds. This is lighter than Dave's fish. What about the quality of the fish meat? The color looks acceptable. The fat content is slightly insufficient, however. The core part seems passable. Offer a unit price of $14. The final payment was $6,790. It seems that his fish are indeed not as good as Dave's. Determined to catch a fish to earn more. After a night of reflection, Greg from the Fishing Mania, the Tuna website account was found again. Hoped to obtain some information from him in order to find a trace of the tuna. And Zach of the Rocket. In order to catch tuna, they actually rubbed the fish wheel with the puppy's bottom. This person is really a bit perverted. It seems that everyone is working hard for fishing. Greg from the Fishing Mania, feeling that time is getting more and more urgent. Be dissatisfied with the caught tuna. His expectations cannot be met. Suddenly, the detector rang. Tuna appeared nearby. Look at the fish jumping beside the boat. Pass the current position out quickly so that others can come to fish. Just ended the call. The tuna then bit the fishhook. Catch the fishing rod immediately. Start to confront the tuna. Billin was collecting other fishing rods beside him. Create a safe environment for him. After dealing with all the chores, Billin took the fishing rod. Holding the fishing wheel tightly with both hands, they began to retrace the line. However, he felt something was wrong. It was found that this tuna seemed to have no strength. Suddenly, a shark approached. This made them extremely nervous. Moreover, there seemed to be more and more sharks. This luck is really bad. Greg immediately increased the speed of the boat. Stay away from those sharks. After more than 20 minutes of struggle, the tuna is gradually approaching. However, at the critical moment, the fishing line broke suddenly. Several people looked at each other. Half a day's efforts came to nothing. As night fell, the captain of the hot tuna, OTT, a premonition suddenly welled up in my heart. A tuna is sure to be caught tonight. This confidence is admirable. At this time, the captain of the windmill is Taylor. Dolphins appeared beside the dawn boat. This often indicates that the tuna is coming. Taylor quickly set the bait. Suddenly, the detector beeped. Tuna has appeared. The fishing rod bent in response as well. Taylor immediately clenched the pole and began to retrace the line. After Marissa got dressed, took over Taylor's job. Meanwhile, OTT's detector also showed signs of movement. Tuna appeared nearby. The fishing rod suddenly bent. OTT and Jarrett were extremely excited. Throw yourself into this struggle immediately. Jarrett was collecting the fishing line. It was found that this fish was extremely strong. Look at Marissa again. After more than 10 minutes of hard work, she has made good progress, but the speed is still not as fast as Jarrett's. Jarrett pulled the tuna to the surface of the water. OTT picked up the harpoon and aimed at the tuna. The water splashed everywhere on the sea surface. The two became more and more excited, watching the tuna gradually approach the side of the boat. The dawn of victory is right before our eyes. In an instant, he threw the harpoon with all his might, despite hitting the target precisely. But the tuna is still struggling fiercely, even break free for a certain distance. Fortunately, the harpoon was still embedded in the fish. Just retract it slowly. However, the process is not easy. The two sides were caught in a seesaw battle. Turn to Taylor again. They have made remarkable progress. Successfully dragged the tuna to the surface of the sea, and it's not far from the side of the ship. Marissa quickly grabbed the harpoon. Look at the tuna that can't escape. Control immediately with a fishtail hook, and fix it firmly with ropes. Meanwhile, Jarrett is still fighting. Drag the tuna back to the surface of the sea again. OTT quickly picked up the fishtail hook. Keep the tuna firmly at the side of the ship. The rope is also tied to the tail. Witness this huge fish. Pull it onto the ship quickly. The fish was measured to be 106 inches long. OTT's sense was indeed accurate. Sure enough, he caught a big fish tonight, and it's a huge object. After Taylor's tuna cooled down, it was also successfully pulled onto the ship. The fish was measured to be 97 inches long. Although it's not over 100, its figure is still quite good. At 11:45 p.m. that night, the hot tuna returned to the port. It seems that they can continue to go fishing at sea tomorrow. After the purchaser takes over the tuna, cut off the head and tail of the fish quickly. The final net weight of the tuna was 496 pounds. The fish meat has a bright color and evenly distributed fat. The core part is also quite good, though slightly lacking, but can still be sold at $18 per gene. Let the two lucky ones earn $8,928. This income is quite considerable, and the windmill was after dawn. The buyer of the port has just been found. After they served the fish, she also began to wait beside. Look at the tuna with a net weight of 468 pounds. I feel a little happy. However, the fish meat didn't quite satisfy him. Although the color looks good, but there's a little fat. The core is just SOSO. Only a unit price of $16 can be offered, although not as tall as OTT. But it still enabled them to earn $7,488. After these days of competition, OTT successfully won the championship. The original Fishing Mania dropped to 5th place. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. Do you want to catch such a big tuna? In fact, this matter is super simple. But we all know, everything in the world is limited, right? A bluefin tuna about 3 meters long. That's extremely rare. If you're attracted to these big fish, then keep reading. It's sure to leave you stunned. It will definitely shock you so much that you can't even close your jaw. With the arrival of a new day, Bobby the bedbug is looking at the current weather. It feels like this is the perfect time for fishing. Tuna is sure to be caught, so as to improve one's own difficult life. For this, he went to his favorite fishing spot. He once reaped a lot here. This made Bobby full of confidence, firmly believed that a giant tuna can be caught today. When he arrived at the destination, Bobby's detector made a discovery. I was extremely excited looking at the pictures on the display screen, well aware that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After passing the message out, it immediately aroused Billin's vigilance. Be careful of the tuna on the sea surface. And during the waiting process, two people, Dave and Taylor, the coordinate positions were further confirmed. Get ready to go there quickly. Let's see if we can achieve something. Suddenly, their fishing rods bent. A fish bit the fishhook. Ryan immediately stepped forward and grabbed it. Bobby also rushed to the deck, start to assist in dealing with other fishing rods. Only Drew's reaction was a little slow. However, at this moment, the fishing line broke. This is really rather absurd. A tuna has just been hooked. It broke instantly. I really don't know why he is so unlucky. Captain Zach of the Rocket. It feels rather cold at the moment. But for now, there is no other way. His boat is really too small. Moreover, I haven't been able to catch any fish recently. There were only some gains yesterday, although the situation is slightly better than that of Bobby. But the predicament faced is equally severe. On the ocean at night, the temperature is significantly lower than that on land. Zach also curled up his body, longing for a bit of warmth. On the hot tuna on the other side, OTT got separated from Jared again. I guess they're taking turns to rest. However, the captain had no rest. At this time, their detector responded. Tuna appeared nearby. It's just that the waiting time is quite long. The detector rang for a full half an hour. But still, there was no sign of tuna. Both of them were eventually a little discouraged. Suddenly, the fishing line flew out with a bang. It gave OTT a fright. He reacted quickly, hold the fishing rod tightly, and start to retrieve the fishing line. After Tim rushed over, it was found that this fish was extremely heavy. The hooked tuna is obviously a huge thing. OTT was a little incredulous at first, but after taking the fishing rod, it was also confirmed that what Tim said was not false. Then he increased the force in his hand. Soon the tuna was pulled up a few meters. This made the two people even more excited. OTT's face also flushed. As the tuna surfaced, Tim picked up the harpoon quickly, thrust sharply at the tuna. As this fish lies on the sea surface, control the tuna immediately and tie a rope. Unexpectedly, OTT caught the fish first. The luck of the two is really good. I think he can win the final championship. As the tuna was dragged to the deck. After measurement, this fish is 91 inches long. They may be able to have breakfast at home tomorrow. When the sun of the new day rises, the hot tuna returned to the port. Start selling the caught tuna. After the acquirer gets the fish, the useless parts were cut off immediately. Finally, the fish weighed 342 pounds. Remove the core and the fishtail meat. The eyes of the acquirers were attracted. Think this thing is brightly colored. However, the quality of the fat is poor. The core appearance is mediocre. Overall, it is not satisfactory. It can only be offered at $14 per pound. Let them make a profit of $4,788. Several people still at the port. They also gathered together. Have a pre-departure communication. Provide clues for Bobby. Help him search for tuna. This matter was learned by Taylor and OTT. Rumors were also provided. Don't be fooled by Taylor's seriousness at the moment. But don't forget that this person is restless. Bobby has just left the deck. Taylor rushed onto the boat quickly, attempting to seize the driver's seat and slip away. Fortunately, Bobby stopped it in time. Such dangerous actions of the two. OTT and Dave, however, did not participate. After some frolicking, the crowd gradually dispersed. Captain Nick of the small shell gazed at the small creatures on the sea surface, listening to the beeping sound of the detector. They understand that this is not tuna. But it is also clear that tuna is about to show up. After all, after the dolphin, it is often accompanied by tuna tailgating, especially there are whales in the distance. This made Nick very excited, firmly believed that one can catch tuna. Suddenly, his fishing rod moved. The long-awaited prey has taken the bait, and they are two tunas. Cliff and Nick each hold a pole, start fighting with the tuna. But these two fish are rather fierce. Keep circling in the water. The fishing line will break if one is not careful. So the two of them kept a distance, each engaged in a fierce battle with the tuna. Although they caught two fish, but in the end, only one of them could be taken away. At this point, Nick asked Braden to take over. Obviously, the captain was tired. Being a leader is indeed glorious. If you want to step back, you can let go easily. Suddenly, Cliff's fishing line broke. His tuna escaped 2 miles. Fortunately, there is still one left in hand. Nick clenched the fishing rod again. Concentrate on the battle. Cliff's defeat seemed to intimidate him. After half an hour of intense competition, the tuna is about to surface. Nick immediately intensified his efforts. However, at this moment, the fishing line broke as well. Such a good opportunity has been wasted by you in vain. You really shouldn't have played. It might be different for the main angler, Braden, the captain of the fishing mania, Greg. Looking at the beautiful scenery before me, I couldn't help but admire it in my heart. If tuna can be caught at this moment, it will surely be more perfect. Suddenly, there was a movement from the detector. The two people on the deck immediately became alert. The fishing rod bent, and everyone moved quickly. Recycle the fishing lines dragged away by tuna. Dirty grabbed behind the fishing rod. It was found that the fish had run away with a string. Billen felt that this mission was arduous. Not only should the fleeing tuna be retrieved, it is also necessary to do one's best to ensure that the fishing line does not break. Strive to catch up with the currently lagging ranking. However, he discovered during the recycling process, the fishing line seems to be entangled with the fishtail. This is obviously not good news. One must act with greater caution. Otherwise, the fishing line may break at any time. Fortunately, he is highly skilled. Successfully dragged the tuna to the surface of the sea. Seeing this, Dirty quickly picked up the harpoon, aimed at the target, and thrust down with great force. Tuna have also lost their ability to resist. One can only make a last-ditch struggle. After several people controlled the violently shaking fishtail, quickly fastened the rope. They caught tuna again. Looking at the spoils on the deck, the measurement result shows 94 inches. Although it is not as large as the giant objects captured before, but it was also a good gain. The captain of the tuna net, Dave, and OTT of the hot tuna. Everyone was talking animatedly on the ship. Taylor's actions at the dock today. It leaves those who are unaware completely confused. The fishing mania has now returned to the port. Start selling caught tuna. After the acquirer quickly eliminated the useless parts, the tuna still weighs 403 pounds. It could be regarded as a big fish. Then observe the texture of its meat. The color is as bright as cherries. The fat content is slightly insufficient. Fortunately, the core part is still good. It can be sold at a unit price of $18. It brought an income of $7,254 to several people. Taylor of the windmill. I am extremely anxious at the moment. Just one step away from the championship throne, but it has never been accessible. Although tuna can often be caught, but it always misses out on the first place. Now it's even worse. Even the trace of tuna is hard to find. Only the sound of the detector could be heard. Suddenly, Taylor sat up abruptly. A tuna has bitten the hook. He rushed towards the deck immediately. Start to recycle the fishing line that has been pulled away. Marissa put away the unresponsive fishing rod. The situation of Taylor, after Bobby learned about it, hurriedly remind the two people on the deck. Be on guard against tuna that may bite at any time. The windmill is extremely busy here. I didn't notice that I was getting closer to the bedbug. Fortunately, Bobby discovered the anomaly in time. He quickly steered the boat away. No, they have actually discovered it. It's just that it failed to avoid it in time. Fortunately, the ending was satisfactory in the end, as Bobby gradually moved away. The two can also focus on the battle with peace of mind. Marissa noticed when she was reeling in the wire. This tuna might be larger than expected. The feedback coming from the fishing rod, its weight and strength, are both extremely powerful. After Taylor took the fishing rod, it confirmed that what Marissa said was true. The pressure is indeed greater than that of the fish caught before, although this contest continued until dusk. But fortunately, the result was satisfactory. The outline of the tuna could be faintly seen by the side of the ship, although there's only a faint light. As the tuna surfaced, Taylor threw the harpoon resolutely, although everything happened rapidly, but it successfully hit the target. Make the tuna float feebly on the sea surface. The two people tied it to a fixed rope. After the tuna cools down in the sea, they work together to pull it onto the ship. Facing this huge fish, can't wait to take the measurement. It was found that its length reached 103 inches. It is indeed a huge fish. Captain Zach and the crew of the rocket, I'm in distress at the moment. Not only was no tuna caught, still drifting at sea, enduring cold and hunger. However, just at this moment, the dawn broke. Nick from the small shell found them. The original intention was to understand their situation. However, the predicament of several people was discovered. Immediately offer a helping hand. This made Zach and others extremely delighted. Decide to go to them immediately. Solve the meal problem for tonight. The following story needs no elaboration. Nothing interesting happened during that period. Let's take a look at the windmill at this moment again. They have returned to the port. They found their most trusted acquirer. Start dealing with this tuna in your hand. However, this end is going to make a profit. After cutting off the useless parts, the net weight of the tuna is only 441 pounds. Next, the inspection of the fish meat will be carried out. The performance of this piece of meat is not bad. The color presents a brilliant red. The fat content is not high, but the most unexpected part is the core part. The performance was slightly inferior. It is impossible to offer a too high unit price. Only $14 per pound can be offered. It can be seen that Taylor is not very satisfied. However, the situation is still better than that of the bedbug. After all, $6,174 were earned this time. When the sky shines again, Nick and Zach started chatting, talking about the recent gossip, but it seems there's nothing new either. It's still the matter of Bobby and Taylor. How slowly you spread this news. After chatting with each other for a long time, the fishing rod on Zach's boat suddenly moved. Obviously, a fish bit the fish hook. Several people became excited instantly. I didn't expect that a fish would suddenly bite the hook. After Zach grabbed the fishing rod, it was found that this fish was a little clumsy. Why make futile struggles? Although it employed some techniques. Sometimes it floats up, and sometimes it dives down violently. But these methods don't seem to work. Within just over 10 minutes, the tuna floated up a considerable distance. It even floated directly to the sea surface, although the distance is still a bit far. But this has already excited everyone greatly. Sean even stood up. The eyes were filled with anticipation. When the tuna swims close, Sean quickly picked up the harpoon, stab at the exhausted tuna, firmly control the fish that is trying to escape. Zach tied up the fish immediately, dragged the tuna onto the boat. The fish was measured to be 95 inches long. Their luck is really not bad. The prey was successfully captured at the last moment. When they returned to the port, it has also darkened. After delivering the tuna to the purchaser, it is expected that this fish can be sold at a good price. After eliminating the useless parts, the net weight of the tuna is still 327 pounds. Examine the texture of the fish meat closely. Bright in color and rich in fat. The core part is clear and transparent. The overall condition is excellent. The acquirer offered $21 per pound. This unit price is quite considerable. Let them make a profit of $6,567 US. If the weight of the tuna were not slightly insufficient, the profits are sure to be more substantial. Frankly speaking, I didn't expect it. The windmill was able to win the championship again. Leave the other competitors behind. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. This is definitely the last thing that maritime workers want to encounter. Others can easily catch several hundred pounds of fish at sea, but the situations of these people are completely different. Although several hundred pounds of fish were also caught, but it's not worth much at all compared with catching a bluefin tuna. It's simply a world of difference. Just a tuna weighing 300 pounds. It can be sold for tens of thousands of dollars in the hands of middlemen. Seeing such a situation, you must want to join this line of work. But don't worry for now. Let's see what follows before making a decision. The bedbug sets sail again in the dark night. Embark on today's tuna adventure. However, I always feel that no matter how early he sets off, it seems that it's difficult to catch tuna. After all, most of the season has passed. His ranking remains at the bottom. The income earned is also negligible. It's a world of difference compared with others. Fortunately, there were several crew members on the ship. I have never had the thought of giving up. Always do one's best. When the sun rises slowly from the sky. Jarrett of the hot tuna. But an unfavorable piece of news came. The bait he just threw. I was bitten by an unknown object. The tooth marks are clearly visible on it. This made Jarrett feel rather helpless. I originally thought it would be Tuna taking the hook, the crew members on the small shell. I feel extremely exhausted at the moment, but at the last moment, they dare not slack off in the slightest. I watched helplessly as the top spot changed hands. Nick is determined to regain it. When the detector gives a warning sound, Braden rushed forward immediately. Start pulling the fishing reel hard. Make the bait seem more tempting. The detector in front of OTT at this moment. There was also some movement. He promptly informed Jarrett of the news. The two of them immediately became nervous. However, just when Braden was full of passion, a high water level alarm sounded on the ship. However, this is no small matter. If one is not careful, the ship will sink. The hot tuna remained unchanged at this time, and there were also signs of fish biting the hook. Let's take a look at Cliff on the small shell again. After his careful examination, there was nothing serious. The problem might lie elsewhere. It turned out that the pump switch at the bottom of the ship was stuck. This is not a big problem, although no tuna was hooked. But there was nothing abnormal with the ship either. This still made everyone feel relieved in their hearts. Let's take a look at the situation on Jarrett's side again. After this period of wire reeling operation, he detected the abnormal feedback. Sure enough, when retracting the fishing line, it was found that the bait was still intact. It seems that they were teased by the fish. The crew of the rocket. I have been drifting at sea for several days. Supplies are decreasing day by day, especially the bait needed for fishing. Although it is an accessory, but it lacks the chance of its tuna getting hooked. It will be significantly reduced. This is obviously not what they expected. However, it can still be barely maintained today. Suddenly, the detector sounded the alarm. The fishing rod bent at this time as well. It seems that some tuna has been hooked. Sean quickly stepped forward and began to reel in the wire. But when the fish emerges from the water, it turned out to be a worthless and foolish fish. They were so angry that they even wanted to take it out. The Glock 19X equipped with 9mm bullets. If it weren't for the fish running away quickly, be sure to let it see the shark Jesus. Taylor of the windmill has been busy for half a day, but the tuna has never been seen. This made him wonder if his luck was on the decline. So he found Greg beside him. Inquire about the news. You don't want to think that someone is right beside you either. How could tuna be discovered? Sure enough, Greg's side got nothing. This made Taylor even more confused. He hopes to hold on to his current position, but a large amount of tuna is urgently needed. Suddenly, the detector made a new discovery. After informing Greg of the news, Taylor danced excitedly, although the dance moves are a little clumsy. But after the tuna is hooked, he immediately became serious. Tidy up the useless fishing rod immediately. While they are busy, Greg took everything in. Then he collapsed completely in his seat. However, he obviously didn't know. Taylor caught 2 fish. At this moment, the The Greg detector also rang. I feel as if what I have discovered is Taylor and their tuna. Don't move the fishing rod anymore. It seems to be this sea area. A large number of schools of fish appeared. They took action immediately. Start fighting with the tuna. Look at Taylor's side again. After a fierce battle, Marissa successfully pulled the tuna to the surface. However, they found that the fish was too small, failed to meet the fishing standards stipulated by the government. It can only be released. Fortunately, they still have another fish. Look at Greg again. Their luck seems to be bad. It was not the bluefin tuna that took the hook. Instead, it is the smaller-sized yellowfin tuna. The excitement just now vanished in an instant. The bait can only be rearranged, but their actions caught Taylor's attention. This made Taylor extremely excited. I even wanted to make a joke. However, at this moment, Marissa pulled the tuna out of the water. Look at this obviously much larger fish. She quickly regained control and tied a rope to its tail. The two shouted excitedly after harvesting the tuna. It happened to be heard by Greg. The sound was shrill to him. But after all, they caught some fish. I can understand your mood. When they pulled the tuna onto the boat, look at this fat fish. The measured length is 93 inches. It is indeed a rather good gain. When the windmill returned to the port, it rained heavily and suddenly. Fortunately, their dear acquirer is still here. Otherwise, this fish can only be counted towards tomorrow. As soon as the tuna reaches the buyer, the fish head and fins were cut off instantly. The final net weight of the tuna was 365 pounds. As long as the quality of the fish meat is superior, then they can easily get ahead of others. However, the fish in front of the acquirer, the performance was not satisfactory. The color is not bright enough and the fat content is low. Fortunately, the core part is at a qualified level. The fish on the verge of being abandoned can still be saved, willing to acquire at a unit price of $12. Although the performance of this fish is not good, they still earned $4,380. The next morning, Dave and Sandro got up one after another, prepare for the new round of fishing. However, there is still a pair of companions sleeping. This made the two of them feel quite uncomfortable. But they are good friends with each other, nor did they complain about it, and they still performed their respective duties. Meanwhile, the crew of the bedbug also got up one after another. Bobby found a problem as soon as he woke up. One of the baits has died. This is extremely unfavorable for attracting tuna. At this time, Bobby found that there was something wrong with the engine again. Drew conducted an examination immediately. The result is that the problem should not be underestimated. Exhaust pipe leakage. Fortunately, only the parts need to be replaced. After restarting the vessel, it was confirmed that there were no other hidden dangers. So he continued his career. At this time, the windmill sets sail for the sea again. Start the fishing operation of the day. So far, only they have caught tuna. This brought Dave great pressure. There was no gain to begin with, coupled with Taylor's arrogant words. I wonder if he can keep calm. Half an hour later, his detector suddenly went off. There's a tuna following behind. Suddenly, the fishing rod in front of Sandro bent. He grabbed the fishing rod quickly, started a fierce battle with this fish. However, when he retracted the fishing line, it was found that the one who had taken the hook was actually a shark. The luck is really bad. Captain Nick of the small shell. My mood is extremely heavy at the moment. As the end of the season approaches, his pressure is getting heavier and heavier. I always feel that there are very few tunas caught. But after hearing the sound of the detector, this kind of pressure changes instantly, especially the moment when the fishing rod bends. The original pressure suddenly turned into motivation. Step forward and grasp the fishing line while behind. He found that there were objects blocking in the distance. It seems to be blocking the way that tuna must pass through. Moreover, recycling fishing lines is not an easy task. He felt that the tuna seemed to have decoupled, but when checking the callback, there is still considerable resistance felt. Obviously, the tuna is still on the hook. Nick's expression immediately became serious, determined to catch this fish on the boat. Get a few big snouts. How dare you tease people here? When he saw the bright spots on the sea surface, Cliff quickly picked up the harpoon, aimed at the target, and thrust down suddenly. After successfully hitting the tuna, put it on the stern of the boat immediately. Looking at this plump tuna, everyone was ecstatic. After the tuna cools down, they worked together to pull the fish onto the boat. The fish was measured to be 90 inches long, though not particularly huge. But look at its size. It must be quite heavy. At this moment, Bobby of the bedbug, it was decided to return for rest and recuperation first. After all, it has been at sea for many days. I need to go back to relieve the pressure. Just then, Drew asked Bobby to stop the ship. There is something wrong with the engine again. After drilling under the ship, it was found that the problem was not serious. He is able to solve it on the spot. As they successfully restarted the ship, set off on the return journey again, Drew also pointed out the root cause of the problem. It's still the exhaust pipe, but this time it's because of overheating. Captain Greg decided to let the crew have a rest first. I myself stand on the first shift of the night, although dirty and a little tired. But he wasn't sleepy. The two of them were just standing on the deck looking out at the sea. Suddenly the fishing rod bent. It's still in Greg's hand, after they put away the other fishing rods. The main angler, Billin, also got up from the bed, start fighting with this tuna. However, after fighting for a while, Billin felt cold, then let Greg take over. One goes to get dressed by oneself. However, this process takes quite a long time. Wait until Billin gets dressed. Greg has pulled the tuna to the surface. Billin picked up the harpoon and stood aside. Aim at the tuna that is still struggling, despite striving to escape. In the end, I was pulled down again by Greg. This time, Billin didn't hesitate and directly stabbed at the target. After hitting the target, they pulled the fish to the side of the boat. Start tying a rope to the tail. After the tuna cools down, they quickly pulled it onto the ship. Looking at this huge object, which is as long as 105 inches, everyone firmly believes that it can be sold at a good price. At this time, the small shell returned to the port. Start selling the tuna caught this time. Their return came at just the right time. If it's 1 hour later, it's almost past 12 o'clock. By then, this fish will be counted towards tomorrow. Finally, this fish weighs 303 pounds. Not bad for this body length. Next comes the inspection of the fish meat. The acquirer looked at the things in his hand. I think the color is a bit lacking. It is caused by insufficient cooling time, but the fat content is rather rich. The core part also appears rather attractive. Based on these considerations, he decided to offer $15 a pound. If it weren't for insufficient cooling time, the unit price undoubtedly can still increase a little more. The earnings will also far exceed $4,545. At this moment, the crew members of the Tuna Network are feeling anxious. Even the voice of the speaker was much louder than usual. Obviously, there have been no fish harvests for several consecutive days. It has put them under great pressure. I have no idea about the fish that is about to be hooked. Can it slightly soothe their anxiety? With the sound of the fishing line coming, they rushed out of the cockpit quickly, each one to their posts. Start a fierce battle with tuna. According to the feedback from the fishing rod, they realized that this was a big fish. The fishing time has reached 44 minutes, but there is still no obvious progress. Until 1.5 hours later, Sandro has finally made a breakthrough. But the tuna is still at a certain distance from the side of the ship. It seems that this fish is extremely strong. It made Sandro expend a great deal of physical strength. Just at this moment, he pulled the fish to the surface of the sea. Paul picked up the harpoon quickly. Stand aside and be fully prepared. However, the tuna turned around and fled again. Obviously, they missed the golden opportunity. The fishing time has lasted for as long as 2 hours. Sandro pulled the fish out of the water again. They can catch a glimpse of tuna on the ship. Paul held the harpoon tightly again. Aim at the target and get ready to go. As the harpoon was released from hand, it flew out. They succeeded in catching this big fish. After controlling the tuna, several people quickly fastened the rope. Witness this plump tuna. It was quickly pulled onto the ship. The fish was measured to be 99 inches long. This makes people who haven't gained anything for many days feel, this is really an amazing fish. At this moment, the fishing mania sailed into the port. The long-awaited acquirer was found. After sending the tuna ashore, the useless parts of the fish were quickly removed. In the end, the fish weighed only 530 pounds. I never expected this fish to be so plump. The acquirer examines the fish in his hand. It is thought that the overall performance of the fish is good. It has attractive fat and color. The core part is also acceptable. It's just a little dark. However, a price of $16 can be offered. It enabled them to earn $8,480. The gains this time were quite substantial. Time moved on to the afternoon. Tuna Network has also found an acquirer. I wonder how their fish are doing. I'm afraid it's hard to match Greg's. When learning that the tuna weighed as much as 546 pounds, I was still a little surprised. Next comes the inspection of the fish meat. Facing the piece of meat in front of me. Bright color, but too much fat. Such meat will have a rather greasy texture. Not very popular among the majority of people. The core part is much better. It looks quite excellent. Therefore, a unit price of $18 can be given. It seems that they earn the most. Received $9,828. It almost reached the 10,000 yuan mark. After 3 days of fierce competition, the ranking list has changed again, although Dave regained the top spot. But the gap with Taylor is only over 1,000. One may be surpassed at any time. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. Can you believe going out to sea to catch a fish? It's actually possible to earn $8,160. And this is not a one-time event. As long as you go out to sea and catch a tuna every day, it's easy to earn several $1,000s. While not many people know about it now, hurry up and join. It will definitely make others salivate with envy. If I were just a little bit luckier, I can still do what I couldn't do before when I had no money. When the sun rises today, every fishing boat has gone out to sea for fishing. However, the Tuna website account has been slow to move. They didn't refuel last night. At this moment, I can only wait helplessly at the port. If we go fishing at this time, I'm afraid I'll get into trouble at sea. This made Dave feel extremely melancholy. Captain Taylor of the windmill. The desire to compete for the first place is getting stronger and stronger. It always ranked second in the past. It is still difficult to win the championship nowadays. Fortunately, it was learned that other ships also made no gains. This gave Taylor a little comfort. The captain of the Hot Tuna, OTT, after realizing the urgency of time, the desire for tuna is growing stronger and stronger. Although the hope of winning the championship is slim, but an increase in revenue is still expected to be achieved. After all, his current ranking is rather embarrassing. Suddenly, OTT's detector went off. A fish appeared nearby. When he informed Jared of the news, the fishing line reel has been bitten by a fish. Jared rushed forward quickly, start a fierce fight with the tuna. When recovering the fishing line, it was found that this fish was astonishingly powerful. It could actually be under his control, swimming around with the fishing line. It seems that the resistance of this tuna is extremely fierce. However, in the end, it was no match for Jared's tenacity. It was finally pulled to the sea surface. They gazed at the bright spots on the water surface. OTT grabbed the harpoon resolutely. Give the tuna a gentle poke. Immediately, Jared hurried to fetch the fishtail hook, although I tripped accidentally on the way. But it's not a big deal, and we can still continue. Tie the tuna behind the stern. Jared finally felt relieved. I fell down by accident just now. This made OTT burst into laughter. How could such an old person still fall on the ground? When the tuna cools down, then they pulled the fish onto the boat. The big fat fish was measured. It's only 99 inches. This made the two of them a little disappointed. But as the first fish caught today, it's still a decent gain. Take a look at the Tuna website located at the port again. They have just filled up the gas. It's time to set off to catch tuna. It's just a little late. OTT has already caught a big fat fish. The captain of the small shell, Nick, feel increasingly nervous about the passage of time. For this reason, he decided to take out a secret weapon. It's this thing in his hand. Don't think this thing is a bit disgusting, but the effect is indeed very good. Just put something into the sea. The detector discovered the fish. Listen to the alarm in the cabin. The two people on the deck immediately became alert. When the fishing rod starts to move, Brandon immediately stepped forward and grabbed the fishing rod. Start fighting with the tuna. As the other fishing rods were put away, Nick first let the tuna escape. Let go of the vigilance that is already scarce. As he began to retrieve the fishing line, immediately, he pulled the tuna up by more than 10 meters. It's closer to the hull, although there are some risks in doing so. But this problem will be borne by Brandon. After all, it is he who is fighting now. Once the fishing line breaks, it will be his responsibility. But watching the speed at which the fishing line goes out, this tuna is indeed very strong. I'm afraid this battle of theirs will last for a long time. After half an hour of pulling, several people witnessed the bright spots on the sea surface, realized that this fish is about to be in hand. Nick made another move. It wasn't long before the tuna was pulled closer. Seeing the tuna getting closer and closer, Braden quickly picked up the harpoon, thrust sharply at the tuna. After a successful hit, everyone quickly tied the fish tail tightly. Looking at this 14th fish, Nick couldn't hide his excitement. After all, there will be another income. When the tuna is pulled onto the boat, its large size is obvious. However, the measurement results show that this fish is only 90 inches long. Failed to meet expectations. At dusk, the small shell returned to the port. Starts selling freshly caught tuna. As the acquirer eliminates the useless parts, the net weight of tuna is 370 pounds. The cut fish meat looks good. It has excellent fat and color, but the core part is slightly inferior. The final price is $14 per pound. It brought them an income of $5,180. After leaving the port, the hot tuna has also arrived here, perhaps because the fishing spot is far away. The return time is later than Nick's. As they sent the fish ashore, the tuna was quickly amputated. The final net weight is 501 pounds. It's much heavier than Nick's fish. The appearance of the fish meat is acceptable. The fat quality is average. The core part is also mediocre, but it can still be sold at $15 per pound. Calculated by the weight of tuna, they earned $7,515 this time. The captain of the fishing mania, Greg, it has been decided not to have a rest tonight. Try to capture another one. But before that, one should fill one's stomach first. Only in this way can one have strength. Engage in a fierce battle with tuna. Suddenly, the detector went off. The tuna appeared before the rice was fully cooked. What's worse, it even bit the fishing rod. This excited everyone very much. Rush forward immediately. Start pulling fiercely with the tuna, while holding the fishing rod tightly. I noticed that this fish was extremely powerful. It's exactly to their liking. Just catch this fish. Then one can make a huge profit. Although Greg was extremely excited, but he is still worried about accidents happening. Stand aside and be on standby at any time. Fortunately, when Billin pulled the fish out of the water, it was discovered that it was exactly the tuna they had been longing for. However, tuna are not well behaved, struggled desperately in the sea. This made Billin feel quite tormented. I'm still struggling nonstop at this very moment. He increased the force in his hand. Unexpectedly, the fishing line broke suddenly. Greg was stunned. I never expected the ending to be like this. As the next day's sunlight fell, Captain Bobby of the Bedbug, the position remains unchanged at the bottom. Fortunately, they have become accustomed to it. Even if the detector detects tuna, he wasn't overly excited either. After all, it is not uncommon to encounter situations where the fishing line is broken after a fish is hooked. Suddenly, the fishing rod bent. Everyone sprang into action excitedly. After the other fishing rods were folded up, Lydon immediately threw himself into the battle. This time we were determined to catch this fish. The previous attempts all ended in failure at this time. It is essential to be vigilant nowadays. So he let the tuna run away first, let out most of the fishing lines. Then they carefully retrieved the fishing line. In this way, the risk of the fishing line breaking is greatly reduced. As Ryan starts his work, the struggle to discover the tuna remains intense. However, the problem is not serious. After half an hour of intense competition, he successfully pulled the tuna to the surface of the sea. Everyone was staring at the light on the water surface. Bobby quickly picked up the harpoon. Stand aside and aim. After determining the position, he thrust it down resolutely. Tie the rope behind the fishtail. They caught the third fish of the season, after a long wait. Finally, the harvest has arrived. This news shocked others. He has experienced many misfortunes. Finally, I caught another fish again. The fish was measured to be 102 inches long. It could be said to be a huge object. It's just unknown how much remuneration can be obtained. As the bedbug entered the port, after a brief exchange of greetings with the acquirer, they quickly brought the tuna ashore. After removing the useless parts, this fish weighs 480 pounds net. The fish meat is of excellent quality, rich in fat, but slightly inferior in color. The core part has good transparency. It can be sold at $17 per pound. Now, they earned $8,160. Captain Taylor of the windmill. After learning that 2 people had caught fish, my mood immediately plummeted to rock bottom. I have been working hard for over a day. Why don't tuna bite the hook? Originally ranked second, the situation has changed greatly nowadays. If no tuna can be caught again, even the current ranking is in jeopardy. Fortunately, Dave was with me. They also gained nothing. Suddenly, there was a movement in Taylor's detector. It seems that there are quite a lot of fish. Just as the 2 were waiting, the fishing rod bent suddenly. Taylor quickly stepped forward to control. Marissa tidied up the other fishing rods. After they finished cleaning, Taylor officially began the pull. In order to catch this tuna, he did his best to vow to pull the fish onto the boat. In order to preserve that precarious ranking, with Marissa taking over, Taylor ran back to the cockpit to spread the news. This made Dave, who was already aware of it, sounds even more uncomfortable. Originally, everyone was penniless. Now you're about to gain something on your side. Isn't this clearly bullying honest people? I saw the tuna surface. The 2 became more and more excited. However, the tuna is still struggling, not willing to board the ship easily. Marissa immediately intensified her efforts. The speed of recycling fishing lines has also increased accordingly. After pulling for another 10 or so minutes, Marissa stepped back to the rear. Let the energetic Taylor take the field, in the hope of pulling the tuna onto the ship more quickly. After his brief tugging, the tuna finally floated to the surface of the sea. Looking at the fish on the sea surface, Taylor quickly picked up the harpoon, thrust sharply at the tuna. After tying up the fish that was unable to struggle, the 14th tuna was successfully caught. After the fish cools down, they pulled it onto the boat. After measurement, this fish is as long as 100 inches. Or to those who haven't caught tuna yet, I was so envious that I almost drooled. When night falls, the windmill arrived at the port. Start selling tuna. Look at this fat big fish. The 2 were well aware that they would surely gain a lot this time. After removing the useless parts, the tuna still weighs up to 475 pounds. The fish meat has a bright color. The fat layer looks quite rich. The core is slightly dull and unsatisfactory. However, it can still be acquired for $15. They can earn $7,125. This income makes Taylor very satisfied. It is highly likely to help them win a championship. Greg and others who are still at sea decide to stay up late again tonight. Try to see if you can catch tuna. Although it was the same plan yesterday, but the target fish was not caught. I was in such a bad mood that I finally chose to rest. And tonight, he made the same decision again. I don't know if I'll go to sleep again. At this moment, the detector suddenly rang. He was originally a little excited. After learning that it was the dolphin at the stern, he sat back in his original position and continued to wait. But he definitely didn't expect it to be tuna. After all, his fishing rod moved. Billen grabbed the fishing rod quickly. It was found that this fish was very powerful. It's a high-quality tuna. When the dirty guy stepped forward and grabbed the fishing rod, it was found that pulling was quite strenuous. But none of them are big problems. It seems that the fishing line is entangled with the fishtail. This is by no means good news. What's worse, a ship also appeared. It is blocking the direction where the tuna is fleeing. Several people on the ship became nervous at once. The fishing line might have been at risk of breaking originally, coupled with the interference of fishing boats. The problem is even more intractable. Fortunately, the tuna has been pulled much closer. Just keep working hard a little longer. According to the feedback from the fishing rod, it was detected that the resistance of the tuna had weakened. Billen quickly grabbed the harpoon, stand at the stern, and aim at the tuna. Suddenly stab down after seeing the tuna. Looking at the powerless fish, several people immediately took control of the fish. When the rope is firmly tied to the tail of the fish, they finally caught this tuna. No longer like yesterday, when the tuna gradually cools down in the sea. They then dragged the fish onto the boat. After measurement, this fish is as long as 96 inches, although is slightly smaller in size than before. But fortunately, it looks rather plump. When the dawn of a new day first appears, the fishing mania returned to the port. Immediately, the acquirer was found for the transaction. After eliminating the useless parts, the tuna still weighs 423 pounds. If the meat of this fish is of superior quality, they are highly likely to win the championship. Just like the case of Taylor, the buyer examined the fish before him. Think the color is bright. The fat distribution is uniform. The core part is particularly outstanding. It is significantly better than the fish he had before. Therefore, a unit price of $19 was given. It made them a profit of $8,037. This income is quite substantial. With this sum of money being credited to the account, they jump to the championship throne in an instant. It leaves other competitors far behind. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together. Here comes the grand finale of our season. All the participating teams. There are only 3 days left for the sprint. They have to seize every minute and every second. Go all out to catch the tuna babies. The gunpowder of the competition is getting stronger and stronger. I have no idea among the top 3 players either. Who on earth will have the last laugh? Put on the crown of the champion. The remuneration received will exceed the $100,000 mark. In the late night before the sun rises, the captain of the fishing mania, Greg, lead the crew members on another fishing trip. The plan is within these last 48 hours. Catch a huge tuna. Sell it to middlemen at a high price. Meanwhile, the captain of the windmill, Taylor, also with the same thought as Greg. After all, every minute is crucial now. Surely the other contestants. It was calculated in the same way. After all, who can escape the temptation of money? At this time, the detector of the small shell number. Abnormal movements were captured. Obviously, there are tuna around. When the fishing rod is slightly bent, the crew rushed forward quickly. However, they have just retrieved a little fishing line. Then it was found that the fish's resistance was abnormal. A completely unusual tuna. Its escape method is actually the same as that of shark. This made everyone on the ship feel quite troubled. But deep down, I was secretly delighted. After all, sharks are easier to catch than tuna. Just give a normal pull. They could be easily towed onto the ship. There is even no need to worry about the fishing line breaking. Just at this moment, the fishing enthusiast. The fishing rod has also become bent. This made them extremely excited. I never expected that I would be so lucky. After Greg caught the fishing rod, start collecting the fishing line immediately. However, one cannot be impatient at this moment. Nowadays, the value of every fish is extremely high. Once the fishing line breaks due to carelessness, that was really a case of wanting to cry, but having no tears. Unfortunately, the accident still happened in the end. The tuna finally escaped. Let's take a look at this side of the small shell number. Their progress is extremely rapid. The tuna has been pulled to the surface of the sea. Brandon is holding a harpoon. It pierced down without hesitation. Several people quickly tied the fishtail tightly. In case any accidents happen again, their arrest speed is indeed astonishing. It's not yet dawn. The tuna has already been caught. As they hauled the fish onto the boat, the fish was measured to be as long as 103 inches. Looking at this fat big fish, they hurried back to the port. At sunrise today, Captain Zach of the Rocket, the Heart, is extremely anxious. Everyone else has caught tuna, but I still got nothing. Besides, this is the most active time for tuna. But there was no sign of tuna, so I decided to wipe my bottom with the old method. The hot tuna just set out to sea for fishing at this time. I wonder why we set off so late. But their luck was really good. The detector went off as soon as we reached the fishing spot. It seems that there are fish leaping out of the sea surface. But that's not tuna. And just as they were striving, the probe of the rocket also showed signs of movement, and the fishing rod was bitten. This speed far exceeded expectations. However, the fish they hooked, but swam towards the hot tuna. Zach immediately got in touch by radio. But the problem was that everyone was concentrated on the deck. Zach's voice couldn't be heard at all. This drew a burst of laughter from the people around. But it seemed that he vaguely heard something, responded to Zach's situation. Then he turned the boat around and left. Zach finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Daniel's work was not going well, just as he was happily pulling the fishing line. But the line was broken by the tuna. All the efforts just now vanished in an instant. At this time, the small shell had returned to the port. Start the tuna sale session. After the purchaser cut off the useless parts, this fish weighs only 495 pounds left. Next, the quality inspection of the fish meat is carried out. The buyer examined the fish in front of him. It is considered to have a good color, but the fat content is slightly excessive. Fortunately, the core part remains in good condition, willing to acquire at $18 per pound. This enables them to earn $8,910. At present, there are only 36 hours left for fishing. Captain Taylor of the windmill was in a state of anxiety. The fishing rod on the deck suddenly moved, and there's more than one fishing rod. There were actually two tunas biting the hook at the same time. After the other fleets learned of Taylor's news, all were stunned. Be amazed at his good luck. However, it is not a good thing for Taylor. If not careful, the two fish may get entangled with each other. The fishing line is highly likely to break. They must speed up the operation. When Marissa was collecting the fishing line, two tunas were found. The one in hand is larger in size. If not limited to one catch per day, they will surely do their best to catch two. At present, efforts need to be concentrated on dealing with this fish. However, just when they were concentrating on their homework, the other fish was extremely restless. Pull the fishing rod crazily. It causes it to tremble violently. New accidents may be triggered at any time. I had to give up that tuna. The fish in Marissa's hand. It has become their last hope today. Extra care must be taken. After more than 10 minutes of intense competition, the tuna finally surfaced. Taylor quickly grabbed the harpoon, stabbed the tuna resolutely. When the fish are floating on the sea surface, the two immediately step forward to control. Tie the rope for fixation quickly. Others listen to Taylor's showing off. I'm already in a bad mood. It's even worse at this moment. After the tuna cools down, the two work together to pull the fish onto the boat. Looking at this plump tuna, the measurement result is only 88 inches. Wasn't it said that this fish is very big? Could it be that the other fish is smaller? This fish is still stronger. The bedbug received a piece of good news. Dolphins appeared nearby. It seems not as good as the Tuna online account. A large number of mackerel gathered under the bottom of their boat. This is exactly the favorite food of tuna. So Bobby decided to go. Hoped to gain something. At this time, Dave's detector started to move. There's also a fish nearby. Several people looked around warily. The fishing rod suddenly bent. Sandro rushed forward quickly, grabbed the fishing rod, and moved it to the stern of the boat. Recycle the fishing line here. After all, it is more convenient to operate here. After Dave took over the position, it was found that this fish was not difficult to deal with. It only pulled a few times before moving upstream by itself. Under Dave's pulling, the tuna seems about to surface. However, just at this moment, an accident happened. The tuna suddenly struggled fiercely. It's no longer as calm as just now. This gave Dave a fright. Fortunately, the situation didn't last long. After half an hour of struggle, the tuna was finally pulled to the surface of the sea. Paul picked up the harpoon quickly. Stand aside and wait for the right moment to act. I saw the tuna approaching the side of the boat. He suddenly thrust his fork down, tied the fish tail quickly. Several people jumped for joy at once. Even the usually stern Sandro. She also showed a smug smile. After pulling the tuna onto the ship, measurements were carried out immediately. It was found that this fish was as long as 112 inches. It's truly a rare behemoth. I believe there's only one tuna. It can bring incredible gains. At this time, the captain of the bedbug, Bobby, the captain of the rocket, Zach, has been found. Try to get the news from him. However, nothing was achieved. The windmill at dusk. Arrive at the port to sell fish. Although this fish is relatively small in size, but if the meat quality is excellent, it can also earn substantial profits. After the useless parts of the tuna were removed, this fish still weighs as much as 316 pounds. The buyer examined the fish in front of him. It feels a bit inferior. The color is rather dark and the fat is acceptable. The core part looks fine. It has a certain degree of transparency. The final pricing is $11 per pound. It enabled them to profit $3,476. After Taylor left, the Tuna Network also entered the port. The sale of giant tuna has begun. Hand the fish over to the buyer. The acquirer quickly stripped the tuna of its clothes. Finally, there were 681 pounds left. However, the appearance of the fish and meat was not good. Excessive fat leads to a dull color. The core part is also rather ordinary. It can only be traded at a price of $10 per pound. But because the fish is huge, they still earn $6,810. With the end of today, the position of the champion remains unchanged. The small shell is still in its original position. Nowadays, there are only 24 hours left for fishing. Today is also the last day of this season. Everyone needs to do their best. The captain of the hot tuna, OTT. I'm getting more and more nervous at the moment. There is still a chance to seize the championship. A long time has passed, but still no sign of Tuna has been seen. His mood was nearly desperate, unless a miracle comes. Otherwise, they will miss out on the championship. Even if Tuna really appears, it must also be heavy enough and of superior meat quality. Suddenly, the fishing rod in front of me bent slightly. Obviously, there's a fish biting the hook. The two were instantly extremely excited. Just now, I was still looking forward to the appearance of the tuna. There are fish taking the bait now, but it is still unknown whether it is tuna or not. First, pull this fish out of the water. Jared observed the speed at which the fishing line went out. I was convinced in my heart that this was a tuna. He increased his strength immediately, determined to take this fish in. Otherwise, this rare opportunity will be wasted in vain. Look at the fish gradually emerging from the water. It was confirmed that this was exactly tuna. Jared's expression instantly became excited. He increased the force in his hand again. However, it was discovered only when the fish approached. This dam isn't tuna at all, but is a useless shark. All the efforts were in vain. Captain Taylor of the windmill. After learning about Jared's situation, I feel rather lucky. Although no tuna has been hooked at present, but at least it was not in vain. Taylor is in a relatively good mood at the moment. When the dawn of today first appears, the captain of the small shell, Nick, come to the spot where the tuna was caught before. Hope to gain something again. After all, at this last moment, every fish is of vital importance. This is the same for everyone. There are only 15 hours left for fishing. Every captain did his best to catch a giant tuna. After all, capturing as early as possible is the key. If the return to the port for sale is delayed, Tuna is difficult to sell. It can only be taken home for consumption by oneself. After all, once it's past 12 o'clock, the fishing season will come to an end. The detector on the OTT ship at this time. The alarm has been sounded. The two were instantly extremely excited. Jarrett stood on the deck for a moment. The fishing reel began to swing violently. Obviously, a fish bit the fishhook. After OTT reported the coordinates, quickly stand beside Jarrett. Be ready to offer assistance at any time. After more than 10 minutes of intense pulling, Jarrett has finally achieved remarkable results. Tuna has risen significantly. It seems that this fish is about to surface. OTT quickly fetched the harpoon, stabbed the tuna resolutely. Immediately control and tie a rope after hitting. After pulling this fish onto the boat, measurements were carried out immediately, although this fish is only 74 inches long. But fortunately, the fishing standards were met. If it were any smaller, it would be unimaginable. When they returned to the port, the buyer was found to sell tuna. After eliminating the useless parts, this fish weighs 342 pounds net. Next comes the inspection of the fish meat. The buyer examined the fish before him. One can't help but marvel at how lucky they are. The color is bright and the texture is clear. The fat is even more plump and abundant. The core part is as alluring as a cherry. Show excellent quality. Therefore, the acquirer gave $19 per pound. If it weren't for the slightly insufficient weight, the revenue is sure to exceed $6,498. After hearing that OTT had successfully caught a fish, the captain of the fishing mania, Greg, he took out his secret weapon. Hoped to be in these cautious few hours. A huge tuna was caught. It is unknown whether he can succeed. Their secret weapon worked as expected. Just put it down not long ago. There was actually a fish that bit the fishhook. Everyone was immediately filled with excitement. I didn't expect that the bait had just been placed. Then there was a harvest. At this moment, Taylor's detector also rang. It shows that tuna has appeared nearby. The fishing rod bent accordingly. Taylor sent out the coordinates promptly. The windmill is in a difficult situation. The other fishing lines are entangled with the fish. The situation is not optimistic. It must be solved as soon as possible. It will break if not handled with care. When Billen was pulling the tuna, it was found that many fish had come close. Work harder. This tuna is sure to be caught. Marissa is extremely nervous at the moment. The remaining time for the arrest is only 11 hours. The fish must be towed onto the boat quickly. However, the fish are extremely active. The arrest is quite difficult. There's been no progress on Greg's side either. Still deadlocked with the fish. After some pulling and tugging, the tuna has surfaced. It seems about to board the ship. Marissa was even more excited. Increase the strength in the hand again. However, at this moment, the fishing line broke suddenly. The two were stunned. I never expected such a change. But at this moment, there is no time to be sad. One can only look for opportunities again. There was no mistake on Greg's side, however. Still fighting fiercely with the tuna. Dirty. Nowadays, the technology is very advanced. The tuna has been successfully caught. Pull it near the sea surface. As long as the tuna is not allowed to dive back to the bottom of the sea, it is bound to come easily. Billen stood aside, holding a harpoon. Gaze at the bright spots on the sea surface. After estimating the next position of the tuna, he thrust the harpoon down resolutely. Several people quickly control the tuna and tie it firmly with a fixed rope. Look at the big fish being pulled onto the boat. Greg firmly believes that he is the champion this year. The fish was measured to be 96 inches long, but it's not particularly huge either. It's even worse than the one Dave captured. There are only 6 hours left for fishing. Captain Taylor of the windmill, be determined to make adjustments. At this moment, the detector rang again. It has been heard many times during this period, but it did not bring the desired harvest. Good news came from Nick's side, however. A large number of seabirds are circling ahead. Obviously, there are schools of fish hidden in the sea. Sure enough, the detector rang out immediately. The tuna is approaching nearby. Nick came to the deck excitedly. Pull the fishing line at the stern. Make the bait seem more real. New discoveries have also been made for tuna websites. It's exactly the same as what Nick found. I don't know either who among them will catch the fish first. Suddenly, Tuna appeared behind Nick and quickly bit the fishhook. Several people took action immediately. Start a fierce struggle with this fish. At this moment, Taylor's fishing rod also made a movement. Obviously, there's a tuna biting the hook. The two quickly came to the deck. Engage in the battle against this fish. Immediately after that, Dave's fishing rod was also visited by Tuna. The three of them also quickly engaged in this fishing battle. Their movements are quick and agile. Remarkable achievements were made at the beginning of the battle. The escape of the tuna was successfully controlled. Nick held the fishing reel tightly. Feel the strong power of this fish. Its escape velocity is extremely fast. But in the end, in vain, he was slowly pulled back by Nick. Although it takes a long time. Half an hour later, the fish was finally pulled to the side of the boat. But it was found that this tuna was too small in size. The body length is less than 73 inches. Failed to meet the minimum fishing standards stipulated by the government. It greatly disappointed everyone on the ship. There was no choice but to rearrange the fishing line. Hope to catch another fish at the last moment. Meanwhile, Taylor is still in a stalemate with the tuna. The tuna on Dave's side is extremely active, even trembling while pulling the fishing rod. Suddenly, the fishing line broke. Sandro was stunned on the spot. The fierce confrontation just now vanished in an instant. At present, they can only look for opportunities again. Turn your gaze to the last hope, Taylor. His fish actually wound the fishing line around an unknown object. It made Taylor suffer greatly. Fortunately, this problem is not difficult to solve. It is still mainly the tenacious resistance of the tuna. But in the end, Taylor still pulled him to the side of the boat. Looking at the tuna floating on the sea surface, Taylor stabbed it resolutely with a harpoon. Control it behind the side of the ship. Tie it quickly with a rope. They caught another fish again. Unexpectedly, in these last 3 days, 2 tunas were actually caught. At present, they are highly likely to win the championship. Everyone's eyes fell on the tuna on the ship. The heart is filled with anticipation. A total of 106 inches was measured. This news is sure to make people envious. At this time, the fishing mania returned to the port. They began to sell their own tuna. I have no idea about this fish either. How much gain can it bring to them? Look at the remaining 409 pounds of tuna. The three of them were quite happy. It would be even better if the quality were also excellent. The buyer looked at the fish in front of him. The fat looks very good. It's just that the color is not very good. The core also looks just so. Only a unit price of $12 can be offered. Let them earn $4,908. It wasn't long before Taylor returned to the port to start selling the freshly caught tuna. After delivering the fish to the buyer, the useless parts were cut off quickly. There are only 463 pounds of tuna left. What a big fat fish. The fish meat looks good too. Both the color and fat performance are very good. The core looks good too. The acquirer is willing to offer a unit price of $18. Therefore, the two earned $8,334. And Dave and the others who are still at sea. There is no time to continue fishing either. We can only end this fishing and return to the port. After these 3 days of fierce competition, the windmill made its own efforts. It successfully won the championship, this time with $93,713. This was very uncomfortable for the other fleets. The differences among everyone were not significant before. The result is at this final moment. Taylor directly achieved a reversal. However, no matter how uncomfortable it is, it can't change the current facts either. That's all for this episode. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next wonderful episode together.